John Graves, that if he doesn't get runs, can the other step up? So I want to see some consistency with other batters.
Yeah, I guess that is important for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kesrick, let's turn our attention now to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They haven't secured a win thus far this season. What is required for them to achieve that goal?
Well, you heard it at the toss, the skipper saying they are losing the key moments in the game, and this is something that they need to do. If they need to get back in terms of that realms of winning, they need to win those key moments, and if they can't do that, they're going to slide. They're making 2 changes again, and that usually will happen in teams when you're not winning. So for them to win, they have to win those key moments and be fully aware of what's going on around them most of the times.
Yeah, they have the success of Matthew Nandu, who's already scored a century. Any change in their approach and the tone of the tempo of the innings, especially with the bat?
Well, right now, my thing for them is to be, stick to the basics, understanding what they need to achieve to win games. And as long as they can do that, I think they can be successful.
Well, we've had a few leading run scorers. Justin Graves, he is right there at the top with 374 runs. Again, they'll be turning their attention to him to lead the pack. Matthew Nandu is there already with a century, so they'll hope that he comes into good form once more and maybe inspire Tejaran Chandapal, his opening partner. Now let's talk to the man himself, Justin Graves, who caught up with Joel Manning a little bit earlier.
You can call it a dream start to this year's CG United Super 50 for the young man next to me, Justin Graves. 374 runs, which includes 300s, never been done before, and it also includes 2 not-outs as well. Justin, you've had a day off. Now, what did you spend your off day doing yesterday?
Absolutely nothing. We had training session yesterday, but thankfully it got rained off. So I got to put my feet up a little bit more and try to get as much recovery in as possible. So massage here and there, spend a little time in the pool, but mostly feet up.
Yeah, you could definitely understand what you need to recover. It's been a very busy one for you in terms of the time you spent out in the middle. Did you envision that this would be how the season would go for you at the start of it?
No, not really. My thing is just always been to put the team first. Obviously opening the batting for the last couple of years, they just needed someone to bat 50 overs for them. So, put my hand up, and then with the bowling department, just bowl a couple overs in the middle. But then, for me, it's just, doing what the team requires.
I want to take you to that last match versus the Red Force, 151 not out. For me, watching it, I viewed it as probably one of the best knocks I've ever seen you play live, simply because of that last gear that I saw you going to after that 100. I've not seen you do that too often. Talk to me about that innings and what you enjoyed about it most.
Like I said a couple of days ago, getting my team over the line, but it's something I've been working on to try and change the gears. Obviously, a lot of people know that in the power play can be effective. Outside of the power play, I can rotate well, but it's always finding that next gear. So, been working at it since CPL. Just trying my different boundary options and training a lot back home in Barbados. So, to see it come off in the game against Trinidad in the back end to give my other teammates a bit of an ease, it's always been good.
Well, Justin Graves has set a new standard. They'll be hoping for him to continue his form. Of course, the Hurricanes on a high from that massive run chase against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Harpy Eagles, though, they have a lot more work to do. We're hoping to have live action after the break.
A bit cloudy here today, but we're getting ready for some more CG United Super 50 action. We're once again in the south of Trinidad and Tobago, live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The two teams, of course, they're important. These 22 men to do battle today. Leeward Hurricanes, they will be batting first today, and just one change for them, Javier Spencer. He's in for Dimitri Adams in that side. Shakira Selman alongside me. Shakira, talk to me about this Guyana Harpy Eagles setup.
Yeah, two changes in this Harpy Eagles side. Junior St. Clair replaces Kevin St. Clair, and the 20-year-old fast bowler Isaiah Thorne in for Ali Mohammed.
Well, there it is. Just a couple changes for the sides. Both still looking for important points because it's still very early in this year's tournament. Bonus points will be very important as well as we continue that conversation and dot balls and everything else today. So shaping up hopefully for 50 overs of action on either side. If you just join us, we say welcome to another wonderful day of cricket. How can you not want to spend a day watching cricket, Shakira? How can you not? Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have not won a match so far in this tournament. 2 losses and a washout for them. Some hard yards and some hard work for those legs, for those boys, if they're going to find themselves within those top 4 positions. Don't forget the top 4 find their way into the semi-final of this year's CG United Super 50. Batting has been a concern for them. And at the toss, the captain also mentioned the fielding, and that's going to come in for them here this afternoon. Guyana Harpy Eagles sitting at number 5 on the table, and I talked about those bonus points. You see 11 of them there for them, and because of that, they're still in 5th, even without having a win. The Hurricanes, they're up top there in number 2, and batting has been going well for them. One occasion, bowling let them down in that match versus Barbados, and that's the only loss that they've encountered. But coming for them will be a young man, Shakira, who is making history, and from a very neutral perspective, you would want that he can continue in this form. Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping that they can probably get him for a duck, Shakira. As we look at this matchup, how do you see it shaping up, Shakira? Overcast, conditions, a lot on the line. How do you see it shaping up?
Yeah, we did hear Devin Inlock speak at the toss about perhaps expecting the pitch to hold a bit because of the moisture in the surface, overcast conditions. He will be expecting his seamers to get the ball to shape around and perhaps extract some edges early. And you're right, anything less than 100 from Justin Graves, the Harpy Eagles will be happy for. That's the main man they would have spoken about extensively. They don't want him to score runs against them. If he does, though, it's really good for West Indies cricket, good for world cricket. He will be the 5th player overall in the world to have scored 4 list A centuries in a row. He will continue to break records, Justin Graves. And I was very impressed with the way he spoke to you about wanting to do it for the team. That was the most impressive thing about that conversation. He is a team guy. He came into this Leeward setup after being released from the Windies Volcanoes team. And he's done the job for the Hurricanes so far. And he said they wanted someone to bat the 50 overs. They will be asking him to bat 50 overs here again. It will be a lot for him, but they will want him to do it again. He has a job to do, and he wants to do it for his team.
Yeah, certainly that's what stood out for me as well, the conversation with him. I had one with him after the match when he scored that 151. Justin Graves, he strives to decrease right now. And another chat this morning as well, and just the humility of the young man as well in the process, because it's very easy 300s on the trot to allow that head to swell, but he's still focused on the task at hand. I remember saying, well, Justin, nobody's ever scored 700 runs, in list A cricket. Could that be you? He gave me a smile. But yeah, you're just looking at the fact that he still seems very composed, and he's had a good partner as well out there at the top in Mikael Louis. And those partnerships for them have been quite phenomenal when you think about this tournament. 200 partnerships so far for this pair, being 124 and 134. The only time they failed together would have been that first match. I believe it was versus the West Indies Academy, I believe, in that first game. So they're hoping to continue their form. This man, though, Niall Smith, will be hoping that he can pick up some wickets here. Very effective for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and what he's going to enjoy as well as the overhead conditions at the moment. Shakir Selman swings that ball quite nicely. Maybe looking to bring it back into the right-handed Louis here. What happens? Well, time will tell. First ball of this encounter. Harpy Eagles taking on the Hurricanes. There's that shape already, Shakira. How long it continues for, maybe a bit longer than in previous editions. First run off the bat for the Hurricanes. Would you expect Nile to go to very early here, Shakira, and searching for wickets? What are you thinking that he's going to?
Yeah, there is a slip in waiting, so he's perhaps going to pitch the ball up, try to stay in and around that maybe 5-meter mark, a bit further than normal, what you would normally consider a good length, at least in men's cricket, trying to induce an edge. But yeah, he will be searching for wickets. He does have a very good seam position now, Smith. Yeah, you spoke about him and his ability to seam the ball back into right-handers. Sometimes he can also carry it away. That's where he's so deceptive. Challenge for Justin Greaves will be to remember that he's starting over. As much as he scored 300s, he has to start fresh. It is a new day, different conditions.
I'll ask you something about that in relation to Justin Greaves and maybe mentality after this one. Timed it beautifully. That is a man in form. How good, how amazing.
Yeah, forget what I said about starting over. A new day. It doesn't seem to be a new day. He seems to be continuing from where he left off in the last game, Justin Greaves. This is the first ball he's faced today, and it's straight out the middle of the bat and into the boundary.
Just guilty of a bit of whiff there. Nell Smith, another batter might have left that alone, but a man in the form right now of Justin Greaves capitalizes on it quite nicely. And it was all about that timing as well, Shakira. Didn't look to overhit it. Well, before the excitement of that boundary, I said I was going to ask you a question, Shakira. Mentally speaking, how easy might it be to settle oneself back down from the highs, from the clouds of coming off the back of 151?
I'm certain it's not easy. It can't be easy, especially when, you know, those are runs and records that people don't achieve so easily and so often. He's been able to score 3 consecutive centuries, Graves. And it can be quite easy for him to think, yeah, I've mastered this now. I've done enough to get back into the West Indies setup. I've done enough to finish this tournament with most runs. But I think it comes back to the hunger. How hungry he is comes back to the humility. And he's a very humble young man. I say young, I think 30 is still young. I'm 35. 30 is still young in my estimation. But yeah, he wants to do well. He wants to do well for the team. He wants to do well for himself and his family. So yeah, it can't be easy, but it takes a certain level of humility and maturity.
Something interesting going on here. The bails are coming off. You just wonder if maybe there's a bit of bad weather in the distance, wondering, you know, whether or not they saw the umpires. Something in the distance that's forcing them to come off. Maybe lightning could be the factor. Umpires for today, Chris Taylor and Harry Rajkumar. So looking out for the safety of the players. It is definitely dark and gloomy in the distance. So a bit of a start-stop to today's proceedings. But when thinking about the fact that, yes, you want to see cricket, you also have to look out for the safety of the players. So those two lads will have to restart. They would want to be back out there in the middle, and you just wonder if maybe that could play into the hands of the Guyana Harpy Eagles as well, that start-stop factor for batters. So we're going to have a break in play here, Shakira, and as that break comes, I just want to get your assessment so far overall of the games that we've seen here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What has impressed you? What are you still hoping for, you know, teams to work on? Well, this is the first ball for Gear's last game. Short and wide-ish, but this one in front of square. Punched quite nicely, and this time, oh, glorious. This young man is really setting an example right now for young batters around the Caribbean, just not in the manner in which he's going about his innings, but the manner in which he's carrying himself as well, and also the manner in which he's having conversation with the media as well, because that is a very big part of the cricket factor. Also, that innings from Graves, 151, not it was off of 129 deliveries. His 100 came off of pretty much a runner ball, and that was standard for him because we saw that in previous innings. But then it was a case of needing to step up the gears, and I remember him taking on Yannick Carrier as well in the 44th or 45th over of that game, and at that stage you said maybe might be a case of a young man looking to just work a single or two and see him off for his last over. Instead, he took him on, and that momentum is what got the Hurricanes over that line. Looking there, 378 runs if we're counting the 4 that he's gotten already for today. Tion Webster, 181, so quite a distance there, Shakir, and it tells you about the form of the young man at the moment, but you don't want to see him end up with 500 runs. We've seen 500 runs already in list day cricket. Can Justin Graves break that barrier? Can he get 600? Can he get 700? You know, and really set this tournament alight and set a new standard for batters to come in list A cricket. Well, unfortunately, I have to tell you guys, we need to take a break because of the weather around, but hopefully very soon we have good news, and hopefully we have more cricket action. We're at a break here because of some lightning in the distance. this matchup between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So, in the meantime, let's take you back to a couple of nights ago at this very venue, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It was the very Hurricanes taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Castled. We've been talking about him and his ability to penetrate opposition batters. Well, here is evidence of it.
Full pitch delivery, missed it completely. And the sound of timber in the background is always that dreaded sound, DG Ganga.
Heard it often enough. Otley goes for one, it's 1 for 1. Punched brilliantly through that point region. The form from Tian Webster continues to show. Nicely worked through the onside. He should get 4. Neatly played by Django. Just over the top. Quite intentional from Tian Webster.
There he goes again, over pitch, and this time right up mid on, 4 more.
Upish, but in the gap. That's 4 more. Just enough bat or possibly glove on that occasion. That's in the gap. Terrific stroke once more from Webster. Two is the call. And he gets 4 instead, so the dive came out quite late from Durham. What can the Hurricanes do to get wickets in this situation as we see another 4 being conceded?
Just a quick single from Webster. And that's his 50. Another 50 for Webster. We saw it here a couple of days ago. He's in form, as the legend said earlier, and you want him to continue.
Fumble in the field allows for the century partnership between Django and Webster.
And we saw in the one-day international a half century now for Amir Django, his 7th listy 50.
Clean him up. We just spoke about it a few seconds ago, young Badri. And the lapse in concentration, the downfall of the informed Webster.
The previous delivery tried to heave it across the leg side. This one was a defensive prod inside the line of the ball and just clipping the outside portion of the off stump. Rakeem Cornwall is never far away from the wickets. Webster, though, consecutive half centuries for him. He goes for 60, 113 for 2.
That's a beautiful stroke. Flew extra cover. Jason Mohammed. Down the leg side, swept away by Mohammed. 4 more.
Lofted drive, goes all the way for 6, so the confidence growing from Amir Django. Pulled fiercely leg side. That's commanding from Django. That's short again, but away from the fielder in that mid-wicket region. Justin Graves didn't have a catching opportunity. That's 4 more. Real gift from Durham. Nicely cut away by Mohammed.
What a shot. Short again. In the air. There is some protection out there. Another boundary though, so he finds the gap.
Speaking about work, Durham, he has been listening to me, I guess, and he has picked up his first wicket into this game.
Nervous 90s. Just a chip back, very, very soft dismissal. And you can see the heartbreak in the background and jubilation from Durham. Nervous 90s in full effect. Django goes 4 short of what would have been a maiden list 100. Not to be, not today anyway. 206 for 3. You can hear Mohammed saying push, push, push. If they want to, and they get to another milestone for Jason Mohammed, his 23rd list A half century. This is in the gap, and it will be 4.
Catch it!
With a full toss, and he will pick up a wicket. So miscued shot from Jet Gully.
Full toss from Kofi James. Didn't get a hold of it and was easily taken at extra cover by Chesney Hughes. The dangerous goalie's gone for 20.
Leg side, and struck firmly enough to fly for 6. Full toss again. He was searching for that Yorker, and the catch is completed. So a full toss brings another wicket for the Hurricanes.
Full toss from Jeremiah Louis. Hines couldn't get the distance, and an easy catch in the end to Kofi James at long off.
So Hines departs for 8. It's 249 for 5. Whacked away. That's a mean strike from Joshua James.
Got it this time, all the way for 6.
And 6 more. Picked up sweetly and deposited. Slapped, and it should be taken. Simple catch presented.
Shortish delivery. Couldn't get the distance. Joshua James being comfortably caught by Henry, the substitute fielder. He's gone for 16. The Red Force 286 for 6.
That's struck to point, and that's a boundary. So a very good end to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings. They finish on 291 for 6, and a near perfect batting effort collectively from the defending champions. Powerful through that extra cover region. Gets the gap, and the timing is immaculate. Will receive 4-2. That's a high-class stroke to end the 5th, 20 without loss. As classical as you can get.
Will challenge the boundary again. Consecutive 4s. Timing to perfection. The sound of the bat was mellifluous. Will challenge the boundary again. Consecutive fours. In the air, but in the gap, Joshua James in pursuit, but he will be second in that race.
And that's a really good shot over the mid-wicket boundary and one bounce for 4.
Power. That is dominance from Justin Graves. That is class. Pure class from Michael Louis. He is a front foot player. Yeah, in the air, that would be another boundary. Expensive start.
Again, short, pulling just in front of square, and this will go for 4.
Make that 85. He seems to like that particular shot, Joshua James.
.50 for Justin Graves. He's in the best form of his life.
Second listed 50 for Michael Louis. He's supported his partner very well. He's played with maturity and control. That sounded really good. Enough muscle and power that brings the first 6 of the innings for the Hurricanes. Yeah! Is that a stumping? Clearly he was lured, Michael Louis, from that delivery outside the off stump. A little more flight.
Good flight, a bit of turn. Yes, that looks to be gone. Good work by De Silva, the wicketkeeper, and the skipper. Momentum taking Louis forward. Short of his gun, he's gone.
And that decision confirms that it's the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He departs for a half century, 57 exactly, 124 for 1.
Takes on Jason Mohammed. There is a fielder in the deep, but all he can do is watch it sail over his head.
Catch it.
Lofted, straight back past the bowler, in the gap.
And this is in the air and well taken. It seems to be Jid Gully in the deep.
Looks like he's done some damage to his finger as well. It was a good catch. Quite comfortably in the end, but he's grimacing. Probably just clipped that finger. And the promising innings has come to an end. Chester Hughes is gone for 33. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 184 for 2.
This should be at least a couple. Will challenge the boundary. Good batting. In fact, it goes for 4 for Gore. Smashed through the offside. Not a fielder moves. 3 in 3. And that is history. A remarkable feat for Justin Graves. It's been a brilliant streak from this young man, and he's just continuing to show his class and his dominion in Super 50 2024. Has protection down there, but can't get around.
That's a good shot. Up and over.
And again, this time he bisects the 2 fielders leg side. What a stroke. That is absolute class.
Pulled him. So a wicket comes. That of Karima Gore.
Full and straight. Maybe some tail back into the right-handed batter from Terrence Hines. But you have to think that Karima Gore has done his job. Gone, dismissed for 19, but he's left his team in the ascendancy.
That sounded really good. That's 6 more. Confidence from Hamilton.
I did say it's a learning experience. You expect that they'll get better.
150 comes up for Justin Graves. New standard for him. He just continues to motor on.
Putting everything into that swing, and he gets a boundary. So Jamal Hamilton is in a no-nonsense mood.
And there it is. A record-breaking run chase by the Hurricanes. They become a team that has achieved the 4th highest successful run chase in Super 50 history. Add to the highest successful run chase in Super 50 at this venue, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
The highest successful run chase at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 292 for 3 Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As Badri said it, 3 in 3 for the young man Justin Graves. He started the season with 111 not out, then had 112, and then on Sunday 151 not out. 374 runs for him coming into today's encounter. He stands high above the rest right now in this competition. And the question is, how many more runs can Justin Graves add to that figure? And well, in terms of the highest successful chases across CG United Super 50 history, that one ranks at number 4. We have to go back to 2022 at North Sound when Jamaica played Guyana. That 322 for 7 stands out as that being the highest successful run chase ever in Super 50 cricket. Well, speaking about Justin Graves and the form that he's in, I had a chance earlier today to sit down and have a conversation with him. Here's the longer version of that chat. You can call it a dream start to this year's CG United Super 50 for the young man next to me, Justin Graves. 374 runs, which includes 300s, never been done before, and it also includes 2 not-outs as well. Justin, you've had a day off. Now, what did you spend your off day doing yesterday?
Absolutely nothing. We had training session yesterday, but thankfully it got rained off. So I got to put my feet up a little bit more and, you know, try to get as much recovery in as possible. So massage here and there, spend a little time in the pool, but mostly feet up.
You could definitely understand what you need to recover. It's been a very busy one for you in terms of the time you spent out in the middle. Did you envision that this would be how the season would go for you at the start of it?
No, not really. My thing is just always been to put the team first. You know, obviously opening the batting for the last couple of years, you know, they just needed someone to bat 50 overs for them. So, you know, put my hand up, and then with the bowling department, you know, just bowl a couple overs in the middle. But then, for me, it's just, you know, doing what the team requires.
I want to take you to that last match versus the Red Force, 151 not out. For me, watching it, I viewed it as probably one of the best knocks I've ever seen you play live, simply because of that last gear that I saw you going to after that 100. I've not seen you do that too often. Talk to me about that innings and what you enjoyed about it most.
Like I said a couple of days ago, getting my team over the line, but it's something I've been working on to try and change the gears. Obviously, a lot of people know that in the power play can be effective. Outside of the power play, you know, it can rotate well, but it's always finding that next gear. So, been working at it since CPL. You know, just trying my different boundary options and, you know, training a lot back home in Barbados. So, you know, to see it come off in the game against Trinidad in the back end to give my other teammates a bit of an ease, it's always been good.
Well, my director before this told me that I could talk to you as long as I wanted, Justin. So because of that, I'm going to go to a couple of your Instagram captions, Justin, and we're going to steer the conversation that direction. So one of them says, be thankful and count your blessings. No matter how hard it gets, stay positive. And then it also says, you should learn to appreciate what you have before it comes. Or rather, you should learn to appreciate what you have before it becomes what you had. What are you most grateful for over your cricket journey?
Just the support I had from my family throughout, the ups and downs that you have in this game. It's not every day you're going to perform. And, they stuck with me pretty much through the start of my career. So, I'm very thankful for them, thankful for the gift of God from talent for cricket. But for me, just thankful for my family and the support around me.
No, it's been a relatively long journey for you because you were a young man who was, I guess they would say, has come through the system. You've played across all the levels. If I take you back to the beginning of your journey as a young man, early 2000s or so, did you envision that you would be here at this level making this type of an impact?
Yes, but obviously I thought I would have been doing it for Barbados. Obviously that didn't work out for me. So to move outside and look for other opportunities, being in the Windwards a couple of years ago, now being in the Leewards, it's been a long journey, but obviously thankful for the opportunity. And obviously it's about grabbing it with both hands as much as possible.
You talked about it being in terms of for Barbados. Do you almost fear when you were left out, I guess, of the Barbados side, not necessarily being amongst that could potentially be the end of cricket for you?
No, never the thought. Never give up is always something I say. So for me, it's always been look forward to the next chapter, look for the next step, and just keep working because everyone's journey is not the same. Some people have it tougher than some. And for me, it's always just been to tough it out as much as possible.
Well, just the next chapter for you is the match that we're about to approach. So all the best in that one. No pressure because I know that persons are pushing stats that but continue to enjoy your cricket and continue to shine out there in the middle, yeah?
Cheers. Thank you very much.
The humility of the young man, and he's hardworking as well. You heard him speak about it, and hopefully you get to see a chance of him doing it again here at the Super 50 stage should we get more action. But for now, we have to take another break, and hopefully when we come back, we have good news for you. Unfortunately, I come as the bearer of bad news. It's not looking good here, as the covers have now gone on to the square here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Things are getting a lot darker. It was supposed to be a matchup between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They were out in the middle for just 4 deliveries, and they're up against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Let's take a look, though, at how things were shaping up coming into this one in terms of the points table. 3 wins for the Barbados Pride, and 2 of those were some very close encounters as well, went down to the final over. Leeward Hurricanes, they would have told themselves that maybe that game versus Barbados Pride, they could have picked up a win which would have given them a perfect record of 3 from 3. Well, things not looking so good as we come down the table towards the Windward Volcanoes. They'll be hoping for a bit of momentum as they head throughout this tournament. Don't forget, it is the top 4 teams that'll be heading into the semi-finals. We've heard a lot of conversation about the bonus point system, and if you remember Guyana Harpy Eagles, the fact that they've not won a game just yet but still sitting in 5th on the table, that's because of the bonus points that they've been able to collect, primarily due to their bowling in this year's tournament. On the screen at the moment we're talking batting and that first power play. Yeah, there's points on offer there. There's also points as we get towards the conversation surrounding strike rates and dot balls. But somebody that I know can tell you a lot more about it is Nikhil Chandani.
The Super 50 Cup is here again. 8 teams battle for the crown of regional champions. And the bonus point system is back, and it's bigger and better. And batters, this is all you need to know about how to score bonus points. If a team can score at 6 runs and over in the first power play, overs 1 to 10, while losing less than 2 wickets, or score at 8 runs and over while losing less than 3 wickets, they've got a bonus point. Let's move on to power play 2. Between overs 11 and 40, the middle overs. For a team to get the bonus point, it would need to score at more than 5 runs and over while losing no more than 3 wickets by the end of the 40th over. But what about the last 10 overs of the inning? For my team to secure that extra bonus point, it would need to score above 8 runs and over in the last 10 whilst not getting bowled out. But hold on, batters, there are a few other ways to get bonus points. A bonus point can be secured for every 300 plus total, chasing targets in 90% of the overs or less, or in every innings if you keep your dot ball percentage to below 50%. Teams will earn not only 1, but 2 bonus points. And what about individual performances? Teams can get bonus points for every 100 scored in a tournament that comes at a strike rate of 90 or above. And for batters in positions 6 to 11, if you can score a half century in 40 balls or less, you will earn your team a much needed bonus point. So batters, hit the nets, because the bonus point system has provided several opportunities for you to help your team win this year's tournament.
That's the batting, and a lot of teams will be looking for those points. I mentioned they're very important, but they're also looking for some bowling bonus points, and it's time to head back to Nikhil because he has that information for you as well.
The pace of O'Shane Thomas.
Good, short, quick delivery from O'Shane Thomas.
The swing of Kyle Mears.
That's the wicket they needed, and Kyle Mears delivers.
Or what about the exuberance of Thorne and Pittman? Just a few of the bowling superstars featuring in this year's Regional Super 50 Cup. And bowlers, the bonus point system is back. This is all you need to know on how to secure bonus points for your teams. In Power Play 1, overs 1 to 10, if a team can take 3 or more wickets, instantly that's a bonus point. Whilst in Power Play 2, overs 11 to 40, if a team can take 5 or more wickets in the phase, they will secure another bonus point. But in the last 10 overs, Power Play 3 is where things get really interesting. Teams, you can get a bonus point if you can contain your opposition to less than 6 runs and over in the last 10. And another bonus point will come if you can take all 10 wickets at any point of the innings. But wait, it gets better. Bowlers, you can get bonus points for every 4-wicket haul taken at an economy of less than 6 runs and over, or every 5-wicket haul taken at an economy of 7 runs and over or less.
And that is 5 for Yannick Carrier. He is having
And lastly, every time a team inflicts 2 or more runouts, they will get a bonus point. So buckle up and get ready to see acrobatic fielding,
Out your cameras, man.
entertaining celebrations, and fiery pace in this year's Super 50 Cup.
Well, that's the explainer for the points. And these bowling points are very, very important. Don't forget, they'll be added to the wins that teams will have to determine who will be champion of the CG United Super 50 2024. Power play number 1, less than or equal to 3 wickets, you collect 1 point. Power play 2, if you can restrict teams for 5 or less wickets in that phase, you pick up, or rather, if you can pick up, greater than 5 wickets in that phase, you pick up a point there as well. And then if you're able to restrict them in power play 3 to less than 6 runs over, you get 1. So yeah, this information is a lot to digest in a short space of time, but don't forget, over the course of this tournament, we'll be telling you all about it. Things still not looking too good here. So let's take you back towards Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Hello and welcome once again to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the defending champions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Both teams registering wins in their opening encounters. 1 change for the Red Force from that game. Debut for Joshua James, first time he'll be representing his nation. Also 1 change for the Volcanoes. Alec Athenaeus returns from senior international duties. And confirmation of the toss decision, the Red Force winning the toss and choosing to bowl. Alec Athenaeus straight in the thick of things at the top of the order. So much has been said about the young man, so much expectations on his shoulders. Another young man who's playing against his team or his nation of birth, Jeremy Solazano, who hails from Trinidad and Tobago. 2 left-handers at the top of the order. Anderson Phillip with recent experience in the English county circuit, with the new ball from the northern end. Inside edge and just narrowly misses the helmet as well. So 4 for Athenaeus, a little bit fortuitous. I suppose it's fortune for both teams. For Athenaeus firstly, and then for the Red Force, because it almost crashed into the helmet. Bottom edge. Finds the gap, will get himself another boundary, this time more in control and more where he wanted to play the shot. So 2 boundaries early up for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, clearly some adjustment on the part of Ali Athenaeus. Short and wide once more from Anderson Phillip. This time Athenaeus waits on it.
Oh yeah! Clean them up. That's why he was given the ball, Jit Gooley, the off spinner. A positive matchup for the bowler, and it's an early strike for the Red Force. Moment of brilliance for the Silver to give him the opening over.
Yeah, certainly. Credit must be given to the Silver and all the planning that went on in the back room, because they do have Jason Mohammed, who bowled 10 overs in the last game. Jay Gooley did not bowl at all in that first game. They've gone to him, and he's accounted for the wicket of Ali Athenaeus. Athenaeus gone for 9. Wayward Island Volcanoes 9 for 1.
Alec Athenaeus was for 9.
In the gap, on top of the bounce, that was a confident stroke from Kavem Hodge.
A bit shorter than what Anderson Phillip wanted to bowl, so not the right execution, and thrash behind point by Kavem Hodge.
Yeah, they've persisted with Jit Gooley, even though there's a right-hander at the crease now. Errant delivery and duly punished. In the air, and he gets dismissed in a very similar fashion like he did in game number 1. So the trap was set, and Kavem Hodge falls for it yet again. Success for Phillip.
Yeah, it did take Trinidad and Tobago right force bowlers some time before they went to this shorter delivery on the body at Calvin Hodge. But again, he falls for the trap. And he'll be more disappointed this time because it's an easier hit with the wing. He would have expected to clear that fielder on the boundary. Kerry Pierre holds up quite easily in the end. Calvin Hodge looked good for 12, but he has to go. Leeward Island Volcanoes, 26 for 2.
Punched away, that will be 4. So only the 5th boundary in the innings. Just flies past that first slip. Will go for 4, so 6 runs from the over thus far and just 1 delivery remaining.
I don't think Kerry Pierre would mind that too much. It wasn't a controlled stroke.
Catch it. Oh,
and he's put down. Pretty much a regulation chance, you would say, for Tion Webster there. Been kept quiet for some time. Solozano offered a chance. Could consider pushing for 2 here. Yeah, good running by this pair. That's something they're going to have to do as well as we head into this middle phase. Oh, that is good. Really pumps on anything that's been fractionally short. Has Solozano picks up another boundary in that area.
Anything that has width. He's pouncing on it, lovely. Getting back in the crease, occupying the crease. Getting close to that one and punching it just in front of point. Tries to adjust using his feet again, just in front of cover. This could be another boundary here.
Yeah, quite a good looking shot from him this time in front of square. And in fact, because of the previous shot, they put a man back on that square boundary, used the feet, got to the pitch of the delivery quite nicely. Solozano, he's really looking good now, really getting into his work, and I believe he's truly growing in confidence here.
You really can't bowl there to St. Lambris. He's the type of player that swivels it around to fine leg. Really well played. Sometimes I think it's an unorthodox shot, but he gets down on his knees and usually look like he's in an uncomfortable position, but he gets it behind point, behind fine leg really easy.
Oh, that is beautiful. That is what you get from the bat of Ambrose. That's a good looking boundary.
Exquisite, something that you'd want to see. You don't want to give this battle any sort of weight. Just waited on it, prance on that one. Too much weight there from Hines.
He was waiting on that, and he punishes it. Watering along now is Solozano.
Just waited on that one, opening the face, all intention to get it behind point. Really stared into the boundary, Jeremy Solozano.
Inside out, straight to the fielder though. So he just pats it. As soon as we've had a break in play and on the resumption, a break in concentration, and that was a very, very soft dismissal.
Well-flighted delivery from Carrier. And Sunil Lambris, the skipper, just basically chipped it to long off. Nothing behind the bit. And as you quite rightly mentioned, a break in concentration. He's gone for 47. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 118 for 3.
straight back to him. And it might be a chance missed caught, but there's an unfortunate run out at the non-striker's end. So though he missed the catch, he still effected the run out. Unfortunate way to get dismissed.
He's walking away, Solozano, and what a way to be dismissed. The catch was spilt by Carrier and ricocheted onto the stumps. Catch went down, and look at Solozano, nowhere close. Celebration for the Red Force. Despair for Solozano, he's gone for 47. The Windward Islands losing 2 quick wickets. 118 for 4.
Yannick Carrier for 47.
Another wicket seemed to be the googly from Carrier, and that's just 3 wickets in the over. A match-defining over from the wrist spinner. Good take 2 from the wicket-keeper. This is a big blow by the Red Force.
Beautifully bowled by Carrier. The googly, Descartes didn't pick it, went for the sweep shot, and a good catch was taken by wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva. He's gone for naught, didn't trouble the scorers, and the Volcanoes suddenly under some pressure. 118 for 5.
Cleaned him up. Terence Hines, the latest Red Force bowler to achieve some level of success, and a familiar celebration from him. And it's a procession of wickets from the Volcanoes.
Good delivery. Pitched up. Shamar Springer didn't go anywhere, was caught on the crease, playing a long way from his body, went through the gates, and he's gone. More woes for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Shamar Springer gone for 1, 120 for 6.
Over the top. There is that confidence of run scoring previously on show today. Great to watch.
Yeah, just too full from Terence Hines on this occasion. Well in the slot, and easy for Douglas to deposit this as mid-off was in the circle. Looked to be a slower delivery as well. Picked by Douglas.
Again, he just responds to the ball. A little bit streaky, but he gets 4.
Unlucky for Terence Hines on this occasion. That's why he's down. His haunches. It was well bowled. Nailed the Yorker outside our stump.
Right away, Joshua James showing the reason why he was given the ball in the back end, taking the off stump of Ryan John. Too close for that one to be dapped down to the third man boundary by Ryan John. He only left his off stump flying.
Well, success immediately for the young man. Deserves that smile. Probably gets the length wrong. Does Ryan John. Coming back in on the angle. Not the shot he wants to play. Could have been coming forward to that one. Full face of the bat was needed, but delight for the young man John. He has to depart for 11. It's 153 for 7. Oh, looks to get creative, and the woodwork disturbed. Douglas disappears back to the pavilion. Another one for James.
What a debut this is turning out to be here for Joshua James for the Red Force. Picking up his second wicket. Douglas looking to get a little bit cheeky.
After the fall of the 8th wicket.
Joshua James picking up his second wicket. Douglas is gone for 24. Leeward Island Volcanoes 159 for 8.
Of 39.1 overs.
Very soft. Very, very soft. Carey Pair picking up another wicket. He's showing the reason why he's the man of steel.
And this one dropped down just fractionally short from Carey Pair, but never in control of that one was Cyrus, and an easy catch in the end being taken by Gooley. Yeah, he definitely won't drop that. Passes on the baton as well. They're happy with it. The end of Cyrus, he goes for 5, 165 for 9.
Through everyone. Batter, wicketkeeper, and we'll go for 4. Fortuitous.
Signal bays by umpire Nigel Duguid, so did not touch anything.
Fine, we'll go for 4. Wonder if there's a bit of bat on it. Yes, there is. Crucial runs at the back end here.
Seems like every time I'm about to compliment someone, they're struck for a boundary or dismissed.
Commentator's curse, Shakira. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, I was just talking about the good lengths he's bowled all day. Too full on that occasion, but way too straight as well. And tickled fine to the boundary by Galen Tyson.
Is that an edge? Is that the end of the innings? Well, umpire Nigel Duguid wants to have a conference with his colleague to determine if the catch was taken. He seems convinced that there was an edge, but they want to find out if it was a bump ball or if the catch was cleanly taken. I think it was. Might be better able to tell from here. If I'm convinced, is Carl Tockett convinced? Yes, that's it. Confirmation. It is the end of the innings and the second time in succession that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has dismissed the opposition. 134. They dismissed CCC4 in game 1 and 182 now in 45 overs. They lost an early wicket, scored just 9, then 26, and a useful partnership between Ambrose and Solizano, and then 3 wickets in 1 over off the bowling of Yannick Carrier, including a run out. So there were some starts, 2 scores of 47, Solizano and Ambrose, but not able to carry on. Douglas, the hero from game 1, got to 24, and in the end 182 is where they ended.
Yeah, wickets apiece for all the bowlers utilized by Joshua De Silva today. Stand-up bowler Yannick Carrier, it was that over that produced 3 wickets, including that run out. 2 for 35 for him, 2 for 21 for Anderson Phillip, who just finished the innings, 2 for Joshua James as well, who was introduced belatedly, 1 apiece for Hines, Gooley and Pierre.
And that would be the target for them, 183 at 3.66. Not altogether a difficult proposition.
Keon Otley to open the batting alongside Tion Webster for the Red Force.
Ryan John is with ball in hand. Consistency is the word that they should be focusing on this evening as bowlers.
Lovely stroke from Tian Webster. He used the vertical bat. He wasn't hitting across the line. It's a stand and deliver type stroke to produce a boundary.
Down the ground with authority from Webster. Tyson. Please don't put your hands there. Could be hot.
That's close. Was there bat on it? Was it swinging down the leg side? Creamed away through that cover region. He threw everything at it. Keon Otley. All hands.
Stand and deliver. Something what we have been seeing from Otley over the years. You can't bowl width to him.
That's classical from Tian Webster. He's an ultra-talented player. Everything looking right in that stroke. Head, hands, feet. Brilliant to watch.
And that's all I want to do, DJ. I just want to watch. I just want to enjoy the moment. Really put you in motion.
Muscle. Real muscle from Tian Webster. It was an overpitch delivery. Held his shape. And the execution was perfect.
Speaking of positive, that's a positive shot. Really getting into it.
Uppishly for a while, but in the gap, more importantly. Then tried to overhit it. That's powered. Back past the bowler. Clear intent from Tian Webster. And he's dealing in boundaries. 4 already.
Presently, when you think about authority, you think about Tian Webster. He looks solid at the crease. Down the ground again.
Quick single, directed needed. Directed gotten. He was quick to leave his crease after playing the shot Otley. This could be close. Direct hits a lot closer than we think. A good bit of fielding from, I think it was Solazano, and he's well short. And that's the impact of a direct hit. Wanted the single immediately, Keon Otley, but comfortably short, and that would be the first wicket for the Volcanoes via the run-out route. If they can manage another run-out, that will be a bonus point. Otley goes for 14, 42 for 1. Yeah, pulled away. That was swatted away by Tian Webster. Short from Hodge and dispatched. Brings up the 50 for the Red Force. 53 for 1. In the gap again. Fiercely struck by Tian Webster. Seems to be well set now and pounces on anything short.
Yeah, the key is so quickly he picks at length and he gets into position so quickly that he's able to pull it well in front.
Swept and swept nicely. Clears those ropes. Releases. Just a bit of pressure that was building. First 6 of the match as well.
It was a good strike by Django. Right in the arc. Got to the pitch and hit it away convincingly. High over square leg for 6.
Good running by the pair. Oh, beautiful. from Django. Opened the face nicely, used the pace of that one. And oh, great work being done. It looks like Captain Hodge. Oh, the Energizer Bunny he is. And of course, he's got a smile on his face because of it.
Certainly is an Energizer Bunny. When he was at CCC a few years back when I was there, I called him a live wire. That was good cricket. And look at very acrobatic as well.
Gonna tell you now, he's going home. He's gonna clip that highlight for himself. Look out for it on his Instagram story tonight. A good stop, drop, and roll from Kavim Hodge. Dragged down and hit into space. A good shot by Webster takes him ever closer to that 50.
Poor delivery from Cyrus. Too short. And the kind of form that Webster is showing, he wasn't going to miss out. And that was slapped away through mid-wicket for 4. There's a fielder at long on and one at deep mid-wicket. Had no chance. Not a very good delivery at all that time from Cyrus.
That's a third listy half century for Tian Webster. Very well played, an innings of substance, one that showed great aggression at the start and then more control. That's in the gap. That's nicely played. Very good pull shot from Tian Webster, and he gets 4.
Counted at least 5 times he's pulled the ball to the left of that fielder at short mid wicket. He's quick to pounce on those shorter deliveries. Not getting high enough on this occasion to really challenge a batter who is well set.
Stroke nicely. 4 more. Back past the bowler, as straight as you can get. Django joining his partner with the stroke play.
Yeah, his go-to delivery for the free hit seems to be that attacking Yorker. It's well played, driven down the ground. Remember, on this occasion, the batters did not cross, so he could not change the field.
One for that pull shot. Bouncer attempted, but too far down the leg side. So a 60 in the over, very expensive one it is. 18 runs coming from it, 120 for 1.
Yeah, attempted bouncer. Still didn't get it high enough, but way too straight, and Webster just had to help it over backwards square leg.
Straight to the fielder. Innocuous delivery from Demba. Finally gets the breakthrough. Django has to depart.
Yeah, certainly wasn't the plan. Wasn't the way they would have planned to dismiss Django. They'll take it though, Volcanoes. They've broken the partnership. Perhaps pressure building on Django. Perhaps felt like it was an opportunity to get a boundary after those 3-dot deliveries. Yeah, angle down leg side. Hit the bottom of the bat. And he picked out this carrot to perfection. Django dismissed for 31. Right force 120 for 2.
Bisects the fielders behind square leg side. He ekes out a boundary in the last ball of the over, 127 for 2.
In there, should be taken. Simple catch. And another soft dismissal. It has been the pattern of the day for the batters. Another wicket falls, and just what the Volcanoes needed.
They certainly would need a lot more than that. Just wondering if it's a case of too little too late. Only 49 runs needed. Soft dismissal. Top edge easily caught by Descartes at backward point. And the impressive, well, I take that back. Jason Mohammed is going for 7. 134 for 3. A little tickle down the leg side. 4 leg by signal.
That is massive. Absolutely massive from Joshua Da Silva. The sound of the bat said it all.
Massive blow by Da Silva, the skipper, to the longest part of the boundary as well, over mid-wicket. Sounded really good off the bat.
Oh boy! Smashed. Brilliant batting from Webster. Straight back past the bowler.
Seemed to have got a hand to it, Kavem Hodge. He's a wonderful fielder, but that was struck with some degree of power from Webster. Still looking at his hand. That was fierce. And a poor effort.
Yeah, that was a gift. I know that Christmas is fast approaching. A gentle full toss down the leg side. And he makes no mistake, Da Silva. 164 for 3. Good running, really good running from Joshua Da Silva. Noticed the possibility of a couple, and he was hearing back. That's 4 of them. And so he has 2 balls now to get 5 runs to get that batting point for 5 and over in the middle.
Short delivery from Descartes, and was pulled away savagely by the informed Webster.
4 more. Scores are level now. And that was deliberate from Webster. He moves on into the 90s.
Very cheeky and deliberate. Beating that fielder at short third.
Well, he certainly can. Career best score for Tion Webster, and another victory for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's 9 in a row against the Volcanoes, and it's their 9th Super 50 victory in a row, stretching back to 2023. They've extended their winning streak, and a remarkable performance from them, winning this one by 7 wickets.
Winning the game by 7 wickets.
Reflection then of the Red Force and their batting effort. Standout performance from Tion Webster, 95 from 115 unbeaten. Da Silva unbeaten on 21. Start for Utley, a start for Django. Not too much from Mohammed this time around.
A wicket each for Kavem Hodge and Demba. The other one by the run-out route, but all the other bowlers, nothing in the wickets column. It was hard work. It was tough to defend such a small total against such a good batting lineup. And in the end, the Volcanoes lost by 7 wickets, still with 12 overs to go.
182 of 45. They were bowled out the second time in succession. The Red Force has dismissed the opposition. 186 for 3, securing a bonus point for 5 runs and over in the middle phase by virtue of that last boundary. And they've also got a bonus point for chasing in under 45 overs. So a couple bonus points there for the Red Force, winning this one by 7 wickets.
Well, that was the second win of the tournament for the Red Force. News from here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've begun to lose some overs now because of the break in play that we've had. And as you can see, the covers are still on. So, yeah, it's going to be an even longer break. And because of that, we take a break also right now. A couple days ago, we had a bright, beautiful and brilliant sunshine right at this very venue. And we take you back to that day, a match between Barbados and Jamaica.
Greetings coming to you from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad as we get set for the start of this very important encounter. Yet another fixture in this CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. It's Barbados Pride taking on the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, a presentation for an uncapped player. Kadim Alin getting his first cap for Barbados Pride. Also Kevin Wickham will get his opportunity too as well. Assistant coach Ryan Hines making the presentation. A look at both sides. Significantly, Kyle Mayers for the first time leading Barbados Pride in List A cricket. So the start of what should be a successful career for him as a leader. There are some familiar names in that Barbados Pride team. Dominic Drakes, the all-rounder. Raymond Reefer, another senior all-rounder in this side. And they've got the youthfulness of Kevin Wickham, Kadeem Allen as well. For the Scorpions, the return of John Campbell, who did have one previous stint as captain for Jamaica Scorpions. That was back in 2016. But he will rely a lot on his senior partner, Jermaine Blackwood, in the batting department. And of course, quite a few spinners in that team. So a reminder, it was the Scorpions that won the toss earlier. Did elect to bowl first. So Laniko Boucher will start at the top alongside Kadeem Allen. Big in stature.
It will be the spin of Javier Royal to start.
Oh, God!
It's a loud appeal early. Not out, says the umpire. Good start by Royal. Good start by the Scorpions.
Gotcha.
Quite outstandingly. He is off the mark with what could be a boundary. In fact, it is. So Laniko Boucher off the mark and still.
And just getting on top of the bounce on this occasion. Royal just going back off a length. Clipped away through mid-wicket, that's 4. Nice controlled aggression from Kadeem Allen. It wasn't reckless.
Yeah, we've come to know how good he is through the leg side, Kadeem Allen. He's also good down the ground, but it's because of the way he keeps his balance. Look at that there. He kept his balance, allowed the ball to come to him, and then whipped it through the onside for a boundary. His first boundary of the day, Allen.
Did he get hold of it? Did he get hold of it? Fielders converging and catch taken. Brilliant was the communication between the long on and deep wicket fielders. Very, very impressive to start by the Jamaicans. Carlos Brown on debut, making his mark.
Yeah, into the action immediately, Carlos Brown. He makes an impact, and this is an excellent catch because I thought for a second that there was going to be a mix-up between the two fielders. Jermaine Blackwood coming off the long-on boundary, Brown coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, but they communicated well, like you rightly said, and he made it look quite easy. Good catch. Kadeem Allen has to go for a fairly enterprising 11. Barbados lose their first at 16.
Looking stroke turns into a classical extra cover drive for 4.
Yeah, it looked good. It looked good, but the fielder perhaps should have done better at mid-off. Nice push.
Beautiful intent. That's quite impressive from Boucher. The advancement, making the ball a half volley, and then the execution of the stroke. Brilliant to watch.
Absolutely lovely. Exquisite drive through the offside again. This time, no chance for Brian.
That's in the gap. Cut away nicely. The placement was supreme. Good boundary to end the over. 34 for 1.
Yeah, spoils the over, given a bit of room, and Boucher takes it gleefully into the boundary. Third boundary, fourth boundary in fact for Boucher.
In there, just over the fielder. Good bit of work in the deep as well. Limits them to just 2. So that was some brilliance in the deep, and what a way to welcome Sir Kirtley Ambrose. Brilliant stuff in the field.
Thank you, young Badri. Certainly was brilliant stuff. And that's what bowlers like to see. Fielders are supporting them in every way. Another lovely day for cricket as well. Sun is out.
Pulled away. Very expertly done all the way for 4. So very much in control. A boundary to end power play 1. 10 done, 41 for 1. Pleasant, really pleasant. Good timing and good placement. A fusion of the two brings him a boundary.
Was a little bit uppish.
Another inside edge, the second time in the over. Goes for 4, fortuitous boundary for McCaskey this time around.
Not where he intended it to go, but the scorebook will show 4. Doesn't matter how you get them.
Starts with a gentle full toss. Blackwood in pursuit, doesn't get there. And so it's a gift from Smith to start and duly dispatched.
And if the speedy Blackwell couldn't get it, I don't think anyone else on the Jamaica Scorpions team would have. A gentle loosener for Modine Smith.
Pick single, directed needed. That, in my mind, would have been gone for all money had he managed to hit direct. Not the case. Risky single.
Good looking shot from Boucher. Should have the legs to get into the boundary. He's really done well with the opportunity that he's been presented with at the top of the order, Nico Boucher.
And he really needs no invitation when the ball is so wide. He's allowed to free his arms. Hits it well to the right of the fielder at extra cover.
Brilliant from Boucher. Back-to-back boundaries for him. Really motoring along now. This time, back of a length. And he's really punked on anything short today, Boucher. I said back-to-back boundaries, but in fact had a dot ball in between there. But he's really transferred the weight well, has Boucher. Starts wide and starts with a boundary. McCaskey won't miss out on that too often.
Yeah, 3 fielders on the leg side for Brad Barnes, and he starts short and wide. Easy pickings for Zachary McCaskey.
But straight into that one. Finds its way into the boundary as well. That also brings up the 100 for Barbados Pride.
Yeah, and a classy way to bring out the 100 for your team. Driven nicely along the ground by Zachary McCaskey. Pitch right up to the bat. And just look at the way he leans on it. Just a press between the fielder extra cover and mid-off.
That will be 50. Back with a bang is Boucher. He's going to enjoy that. And he's going to be hoping for a lot more here today.
Hello, DG Ganga. And the reverse sweep, is it going to go all the way? Yes, eventually does. Good effort, but not enough. And I have to agree, the Barbados Pride are really doing a good job at the moment. Started off a little bit slowly, lost an early wicket, the only wicket to fall. Not of a lane, but since then, A partnership of 91 from 126 deliveries.
That's glorious. The ease at which he played that one on the up. He wasn't to the pitch of the ball. McCaskey just getting the hands going through and the balance. Perfect.
A little bit of an advancement down the track as well. That's the main reason why he got closer.
And we see the celebration. That of the third half century in List A cricket for McCaskey. Nice stroke. Very good stroke. His awareness as to where the fielders are. That determination in getting a boundary early in the over. Serving him very well.
A juicy half volley that time from Royal. Goes again. Is it going to go all the way? It certainly does. Maximum. That's 10 from 2 deliveries. Boucher is on a roll.
And he's got different plans. Of course, it shows the mindset of Lenico Boucher. And add 4 more. Nice looking stroke off the back foot.
The timing, the placement was superb.
That's in the air, that's in the air. Udine Smith completes the catch, so the breakthrough finally comes. Was it the pressure from the previous over? So the partnership is broken, and here is a little opportunity for Jamaica Scorpions.
Didn't get enough on it. Was more height than distance. Easy catch in the end for Udine Smith. And that's the breakthrough they were looking for. They finally got it. And the good innings of Zachary McCaskey has come to an end. He's gone for 63. The Barbados Pride, 150 for 2.
That's the ball of the second wicket for the Barbados Pride.
In the air, fielder settles. Udine Smith completes the catch. So wickets in consecutive overs for the Scorpions, and a celebration from Javor Royal, sustaining some pressure, and eventually Lenico Boucher has to go.
Yeah, again, a spinner taking a wicket and breaking the partnership. So now the 2 set batters have been dismissed, both holding out to fielders on the boundary, both caught by Udine Smith. The period of play for the Jamaican Scorpions. Boucher has to go for a well played and a very dominant 73. Barbados 152 for 3.
That's the ball of the third wicket.
Simple catch. You were just talking about his ability against spin, but guess what? It's the spin of Barnes who gets the wicket. So consecutive overs for Barnes, consecutive wickets, and all of a sudden 3 quick wickets. The spinners doing the damage.
And of course, he will only do all of that if he manages to bat long enough. He hasn't, and he's gone for 2. Kevin Wickham, it's Brad Barnes again with his off spin. Soft dismissal, you would think. Just close the bat face and lobbed an easy chance to the fielder at short mid wicket. Brad Barnes is excited. He has done the job for his side. Wickham has to walk back for 2 from 5 deliveries. Barbados losing a clutter of wickets, 155 for 4.
Yeah, this is what you can expect from Kyle Mayers. Short, and he's quickly onto that. Pull comfortably in front of square. Confidence oozing
If you're going to bowl short to Kyle Mears, it has to get very high at that pace, and at that height, he's always going to deposit it to the boundary.
There, and in the gap, really nicely done. 2 fielders out in the deep, but he bisected them perfectly. 10 runs from that over, 171 for 4. And this time he gets the boundary. So he tried on a few occasions previously, but the timing and the placement perfect all along the carpet for Mears.
Yeah, another Odin Smith over, finishing with a boundary. This one hit through the offside.
Delicately played. Should bring him at least a couple. Gets him a boundary. And a bit of a fumble in the deep, much to the disdain of Odin Smith. And that's 13 runs in that over.
Oh, good sound off of that one, and a good result as well. You're looking for runs in the final phase, and Reefer, he's getting them for them.
Short delivery from Mindley.
Finds the gap on the offside. Finds it well, does Mears. That brings up the 200 for Barbados Pride. Gets under it. Goes all the way as well. Good connection and good result for Mears.
That's the power of Kyle Mears, the skipper. Didn't hit it as sweetly as he was of liked, but he's such a powerful striker. Still went for 6.
Well, he goes into the surface and out of the park. Oh my goodness, wow. He's down and the ball is up.
Seemed to be having some issues with his legs, O.D. Smith. Kyle Mears, the skipper, took full advantage. There's something seemed to be wrong with O.D. Smith. He's down on the floor.
Oh, catches the cry. Will it be caught? Yes, it is. So life in the legs of Odin Smith produces a wicket here. And they get the skipper.
That's a big wicket. Can be very destructive, Kyle Mears, the skipper. And a bit of a revenge for Odin Smith. After being struck for 6, got some treatment. Kyle Mears didn't get a hold of it. Easy catch to Brown, a deep mid wicket. And Kyle Mears, the skipper, promising innings has come to an end. 41. There's 219 for 5.
Gift plays straight into the hands of deep backward square. It was there for the taking, but Smith couldn't quite get it over the boundary line. So a consolation wicket, you can say, for Mindley.
Yeah, slower delivery back of the arm, and he seemed to have picked it. He waited for it, but just could not hit it for enough to get that maximum. Javier Royal with a catch. Kemar Smith dismissed for just 3 runs. Barbados losing 2 quick wickets once again. Barbados Pride 224 for 6.
Opts for offside and doesn't get hold of it. So there is another wicket for Jamaica Scorpions. They've broken this partnership. Brian taking the catch. Mindley finding the right length. And Reefer can't get enough bat and power on this stroke.
Reefer will be disappointed with this innings. Strike rate of only 65, has to go back for 26 from 40 deliveries. Barbados 241 for 7.
Ball him. off the inside edge. There is Mindley again, just swinging things in favor of Jamaica Scorpions with the ball.
Continue to target the stumps, Marquino Mindy, and it results in a third wicket for him, second in this over. Shamar Holder has beaten for pace off the inside edge and crashes into the off stump. Takes a walk back, 2 runs, strike rate of 100. Didn't waste any time, did he, Shamar Holder? Barbados played 243 for 8.
And he nails it. Jamel Warrican should get 4, and it is 4. So the innings ends on a high for Barbados Pride. They finish on 260 for 8. Yeah, the innings ebbed and flowed. The first power play produced a challenge with a little bit of preparation moisture. They only got to 41 for 1, and it was in that middle phase that the partnership between Boucher and McCaskey blossomed to produce 134 half centuries for Boucher and McCaskey. Calmeers, the captain, came in and played a fluent innings of 41, but they just couldn't really put on the acceleration in the last 10. From a bowling point of view, Dean Smith, he was very expensive. Picked up 1 wicket. Pick up the bowlers, that of Mindley, 3 for 43. Javer Royal was very good at the start and through the middle. He picked up 2. And Barnes also supporting with his 2 for 46.
Yeah, there is some swing, a waist swing for the left-handed Drakes. And meted and greeted with an aggressive stroke from John Campbell. Full, his eyes lit up, and he gave that everything.
He is that type of player, John Campbell. Can be very aggressive.
Aggression again from Campbell. So a couple boundaries already in the over, and the intent is clear. Capitalize on power play 1.
Overpitched delivery from Holder. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, that's the way John Campbell plays.
And again, this time through square leg. So a little bit short, pulling back his length, but John Campbell equal to the task.
He's got predominantly an offside feel, Holder.
Might be an inside edge. In fact, it isn't. Finger goes up. So some swing from Dominic Drakes, looking to bowl full to get that very swing, and gets the success. Early breakthrough before the Pride.
Full pitch delivery. Straight on the back foot. Good decision by the umpire. And Dominic Jakes strikes and strikes early for the Barbados Pride. O'Day McCarthy, brief stay has come to an end. He's gone for 1. The Scorpions, 19 for 1.
And what a stroke. This is just a glimpse into the talent of the young man. Very aesthetically pleasing.
Just a push. Hardly any back lift.
Showing his full range, his full repertoire. The full drill down the ground short and competently played. 11 from the over, very expensive. Shamar Holder, 27 from 2, 30 for 1. Yes! In the air, should be taken, is it? Warrican, it seems, just out of his grasp. And that is the reason why the off spinner was brought on. This time down the ground, straight to the fielder. He wanted to be dismissed, it appears, tried, and eventually he succeeded. Success in the first over for Smith.
And was easily caught at long off. That was a bad piece of cricket. Easy catch in the end by Kevin Wickham. Celebration for Smith. Despair for skipper Campbell. He's gone for 26. Jamaica Scorpions 41 for 2.
Clean them up. That's the bonus point. That's Dominic Drakes dominating here against the Jamaica Scorpions. It's 3 wickets in quick time, and the Pride are well in control.
That's Dominic Drakes' father. Kept a little bit low. Crashed into the off stump. Celebration for Dominic Drakes. Celebration for the Barbados Pride. And despair for Kirk McKenzie. He's gone for 12. Jamaica Scorpions in some trouble. 43 for 3.
Oh, clipped away. Just a bit too straight from Drakes, in fact, probably. Glorious. All bat on that. Brings up the 50 as well. 53 for 3.
Yeah!
Oh, should be a simple chance. The wicket gone. The wicket of Brown. And Warwick strikes.
Yeah, this continues to be the problem for this Jamaica Scorpions team. They like to score quickly, but they never quite seem to adapt to situations. And there was absolutely no need for a shot like this from Brown on debut. And this is exactly the reason that Jamal Warwick was brought into the attack. Nowhere close enough to the pitch of that to clear the field that long off. Easy catch for Kemar Smith. Jamaica Scorpions in further trouble. 58 for 4.
He takes a risk, goes towards that mid-on position, collects a boundary to end the over. 66 for 4.
Streaky, very streaky. Has it got enough legs to go to the boundary? Yes, it has. 4 streaky runs for Jermaine Blackwood. First boundary in 39 deliveries.
If Blackwood just lured into the stroke, had to reach for it wide outside the off stump. Luckily, it wasn't a gully.
Nothing.
Runs. It's coming in quick time now, so another boundary. 10 already from the over. But on a serious note, it's the start of what should be an improvement in the way teams go about things. This is nasty. He was attempting to run out and got struck in the process. Raymond Reefer, he's down. This is so unfortunate. That's a lusty blow. You got hold of that one. Was a flighted delivery, and the execution was efficient.
Good strike by Barnes. Well flighted delivery from Wickham. Right in the slot. And Barnes made no mistake.
Huge shout. That was close. He's given him Umpire Nigel Duguid raises the finger. It looked good initially. There was some turn. We'll have a closer look at it, but it doesn't matter now.
Last ball of this over. Meant to flick that one, Brad Burns. Missed it completely, perhaps clipping that leg stump. A judge LBW by Nigel Duguid. Second wicket for Kemar Smith today. Brad Burns goes back.
There will be a delay. How significant? We'll have to wait to find out.
Now a total of 37 overs in this second innings, and the target 224 in virtue of the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. Sounded sweet, but little distance. Catch taken. Shamar Holder makes it look very simple, and there is another wicket for Barbados Pride, further tightening the screws in this contest.
Further cementing their position. Well in the winning position now, Barbados Pride. This time thanks to Jamel Warrican. Well tossed up, but not quite in the slot for Jermaine Blackwood to execute and hit that beyond the boundaries. Easily held on the long on boundary by Shamar Holder. Blackwood has to go back for a well played 40. Jamaica Scorpions 121 for 6.
Brings out the slug sweep. Udine Smith announces himself with a boundary.
Yeah, surprising move by Kyle Mears, because Odin Smith is going to look to power the ball in the V. He's not someone who's going to look to play the fancy sweep shots behind square on the leg side.
Sweep again. Straight to the fielder, and the catch is taken. So wicket stumbling. Jamaica Scorpions batting imploding, and Barbados Pride gets closer to what will be a first win this season.
First chance held by Zachary McCaskey. Remember, he put down 2 catches already in the game, but he's held that one quite easily. Romain Morris dismissed by Warrican, goes for 10. Jamaica 132 for 7.
That's possibly the first boundary and first 6 for Royal, showing his power and intent.
He loves to bat in these situations, does Royal. Long levers and using all of them to easily clear the boundary for a maximum, a much needed maximum at that.
Offside, and he's punished. That's a good-looking cricket shot. Very smart. Didn't try to use a lot of bottom hand. Royal. So 10 from the last 2 deliveries.
Kept his shape beautifully as well, Royal.
Leg side this time against the wind, and that's another 6. So 2 sixes in the over and a 4. 17 already. And still 2 deliveries remaining. Pumped offside, that'll be 4. So a very, very expensive over. 22 runs coming from this. The 30th, it's 158 for 7.
Oh, thank you very much.
And he does that. Picks up a bonus point on the way. And again, he's been able to defuse this threat by Royal.
Left arm spinner to left arm spinner, and Jamal Warrican showing him just why he is the one in the international setup. Well, boy, Warrican, Royal giving himself room again, completely missed it. You miss, I hit, says Warrican. He gets a 4th for Barbados Pride. Royal goes for a destructive 19 from just 7 deliveries. Jamaica Scorpions 158 for 8.
That's 4 more. Nice straight strike down the ground. 4 to Brian, 4 from the over, 162 for 8.
That's power from Smith. We know that he can hit a long ball straight back over the bowler's head. He can be destructive.
Certainly wouldn't need a lot more than that to get over the line. 54 runs in 33 deliveries. Very, very gettable. But when you look at the wickets factor,
this could be taken straight to the fielder. Easily done. So a wicket for Naeem Young, not getting the elevation nor the distance. And that's 9 down now. Brian goes.
not looking good for the Jamaica Scorpions. Straight into the safe hand of Alain at long on. Easy catch in the end. Gordon Ryan's gone for 4. The Scorpions 171 for 9.
That's a mammoth from Odin Smith. He's targeting straight back over the bowler's head. Another maximum for him. Required runs now under 50, 45 more.
Slow delivery from Holder. And that's another one, this time over mid-wicket. High, hard and long. Odin Smith's on fire.
That's gone. That's disappeared. That's out of here. And that is what Odin Smith can do. You miss your target and you can be dispatched.
Another mighty blow. A full toss.
Six again. Consecutive sixes to Odin Smith. And the pressure now being exerted on the Barbados Pride. We had a cliffhanger last night, and this one is shaping up to be no different. That's it. That's the end of the game. Dominic Driggs cleans up Odin Smith, and the losing streak for the Jamaica Scorpions continue. It's a successful start to their 2024 campaign, the Barbados Pride. But spare thought for Odin Smith, who tried his utmost best to get his team over the line.
Had the Pride on a little bit of pressure the last few overs, but eventually wasn't enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, the bowlers for the Barbados Pride, Jomel Workan, by virtue of picking up 4 wickets, gets his team a bonus point, 4 for 25, 3 wickets for 34 for Dominic Driggs, who was the standout bowler for the Barbados Pride, a wicket for Naeem Young, replacement player, and Smith as well, picking up a couple. Reflection then of this contest, the Pride being inserted, got to 260 for 8. Boucher and McCaskey, 134 run partnership, and a couple half centuries for them were the main contributors. The Jamaica Scorpion, 199. Odin Smith got to 45, Blackwood 40, but not enough from the others. Workan with 4, Drakes with 3, and in the end, the Barbados Pride winning by 24 runs on the DLS. On an earlier game there, but the good news here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, as you can see on your screens there, the covers have been removed and we'll have play momentarily. It will be a 41 overs a side affair, and on the other side We'll have the resumption in play and live action. Do stay with us.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Good news, of course, the weather has cleared. A reminder of this fixture that is coming your way. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We had a start to the game and then the rains came, but we'll reflect on both teams once more. The Hurricanes with one change. Javier Spencer comes into the side, and two changes for the Harpy Eagles. Junior Sinclair and Isai Thorne, the incoming players. Of course, Guyana won the toss, elected to bowl first, and the Hurricanes started 5 without loss. Louis and Graves at the top once more, starting things off with the bat. Only Niall Smith had the opportunity to bowl thus far in this game. So it's been a cloudy day, bit of rain around, and because of 2 hours lost playing time, we have revised conditions. Of course, 41 overs per side. One bowler can bowl a maximum of 9. 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. And the power play will be 1 to 8, power play 1, 9 to 33, 2, and 34 to 41 will be the last power play in the innings. So quite frustrating this sort of day for players. After warming up, they had that delay. Now they need to get themselves ready for action. These two will be eager once more to continue their innings, and in particular Justin Graves, after 3 consecutive centuries, he will show his hunger once more. I have the pleasure of Sir Kirtley Ambrose alongside me. Afternoon, Sir Kirtley. You had a little break before the resumption.
Good afternoon, DG Ganga. Hello, everybody. It's good to have cricket starting again after just 4 deliveries. But when I get to my age, DG Ganga, I always look forward to getting some break and some rest. You would know till you get to this age.
I know you like to be horizontal for most of the day. This man on screen, well, he's set a new standard for batters in list A cricket here in the Caribbean. First man to score 3 consecutive hundreds. And surely with 41 overs, he still has a chance to score another one.
And his batting partner, Michael Louis. Niall Smith to continue. Having bowled just the 4 deliveries this morning, or early this afternoon, I beg your pardon. Always a tough time as a bowler when you're all warmed, you're ready to go and break for so long.
As intense as ever, Justin Graves got behind that delivery, had a lot of time to play it, so once more he gets back into that mode of concentration. Seems to have found that approach for run scoring that allows him to be consistent. End of the first, 5-0 loss. A truncated innings, 41 overs per side. Those are the details for the power plays and for the bowlers. Not uncommon to see teams open the bowling with spin. We saw that from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Volcanoes when they opened with Jed Gully. Ashmead Ned to play a similar role for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But 3 for 43 against Barbados Pride, so his confidence should be high. Not out, says the umpire. Maybe height the issue, as indicated by Ned.
Good delivery, but a bit too high.
You can get a sense as to what Tevin Imlach is thinking. He's got a slip-in play. There's a short cover.
Oh, lovely.
And there's some turn too, Sir Kirtley.
And bounce. Surprise Louis. Drifted in, and look at that. That should be encouraging. Sometimes, you know, as batters, that's all a spinner need. Just want to rip, and that puts doubt in your mind as a batter.
Indecision, because you're not sure if the ball is going to run on with the angle as a right-hander to a left-arm spinner, or if it's going to turn away from the outside edge. This one runs on, beats the inside edge, and there is a first wicket for Ned and for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Well bowled.
What a start for Ned and the Harpy Eagles. Totally outfoxed Louis. 2 deliveries before that, spun away from the bat. This one straight on with the arm. And Louis is gone for 1. Hurricanes 5 for 1.
Chesney Hughes with 95 runs thus far in the tournament. Already has a half century, a high score of 52.
No, stay a bit square. Yeah. We're not sure. Oh, lovely.
A left-right combination out in the middle for the Hurricanes. Successful over. Wicket maiden. 5 for 1. Real beauty of a delivery. Left arm spinner to arm the ball in to right-handers. Always a wicket-taking option. That is exactly what he did on that occasion to dismiss Mikel Louis. Ned taking a leading role with the ball as a spinner. What a beauty. Near perfect length. And the setup was superb. Spun the ball away, and then this one came in with the arm. Now with that dismissal of Mikel Louis, it's the first time this opening pair has failed, so to speak, in the tournament. 2 century run partnerships accumulated previously. And 25, so 124, 134 and 25, the previous opening partnerships for the Hurricanes. Today, only 5. There is some moisture on the surface, as evidence with that delivery, lateral movement. We saw turn. Maybe that's the condensation from the rain, covers being on the surface. So Tevin Imlach will want to pounce on these conditions.
Certainly was a good delivery from Niall Smith. Dragged back into Justin Graves, who was looking to play on the offside, and was surprised. Chester Hughes has got some work to do. 2 slips are now in place. Just because of that last delivery. Plus, Naismith will look to go across the left-handed Hughes.
It's a 7-2 field. Bias 7 to the offside. Now he will have to bowl to the right-hander. How frustrating is that, Sir Kirtley, when you're bowling against a left-right combination and the strike is being rotated regularly?
It's always a tough time to bowl because you have to constantly change your field first and foremost, and then your line. So if you're not on song, it could really throw you off a little bit. Bowlers prefer to bowl to one batter for extended period, get into a nice groove, nice rhythm, as opposed to changing every 2 deliveries to left and right combination. It's not always easy.
Sprinkle coming. Ground staff getting busy on the sideline. It's that type of day. For Taylor, one of the 2 presiding umpires, Harry Rajkumar, his partner on field. Nicely played, allowing the ball to come to him. That's one of the key hallmarks and features of his batting this season. Justin Graves doesn't appear to be reaching for the ball. He's allowing the ball to come to him. He's playing it under his eye line.
You wouldn't call him a power hitter. He relied a lot on his timing.
Three from the over, 8 for 1. Quiet start for the Hurricanes. Guyana Harpy Eagles already with the wickets of Mikel Louis. And they're hunting for more. They're seeing the damp conditions, a slightly damp pitch, as an opportunity for wicket taking.
Devin Imlach, the skipper, said at the toss there may be some moisture in the surface and they want to utilize it as much as possible.
Deft touch, smart batting, using the pace of the delivery, and he paddles it for 4.
Not a good delivery that time from Ashmead Ned, drifting onto leg stump and was easily paddled away by Chester Hughes for 4.
And what's the adjustment here from Ashmead Ned? Will he go wider offside with his line? He does. I reckon generally speaking, Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to improve their out cricket, their catching efficiency. Most teams in this tournament, they haven't lived up to expectations when it comes to fielding. No team thus far with that bonus point for effecting 2 runouts in an innings. Just took his eyes off the ball, didn't collect the ball cleanly on that occasion. Junior Sinclair. Much better from Matthew Nandu.
As you can see, it's a very wet outfield. Everyone has their rag, trying to keep the ball as dry as possible.
Yeah, Nandu put on 2 catches the last time he played here. It was against the Volcanoes. 4 overs gone, 15 for 1. Rakeem Cornwall didn't get a chance to bat in that run chase against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jamar Milton played a quick fire innings of 25 from 16.
Just need to pull that length back a bit. That's Rakeem Cornwall on the right. The Volcanoes skipper. Oh, Keynes, I beg your pardon. That's a beautiful shot. That's a man that is in top form. All timing and placement, Justin Graves. What form he's in. Wasn't a bad delivery per se, but look at that, all timing and placement.
Whipped off the hip. Again shows the speed of his hands to come through the ball. Was a length delivery, so to hit that with a vertical bat and to hit it so sweetly through the onside just demonstrates the type of form that he's in.
Everything just hitting smack dab in the middle of the bat. Question everyone is asking, can he make it 4 in a row? It's a huge task, but the kind of form he's in, you never can tell. He's already created history by scoring 3 centuries in a row. Never happened before.
Well, he has a chance to join elite company because there are quite a few players who have achieved 4 list day centuries. There's one particular player who has achieved 5 consecutive list day centuries. Narayan Jagdishan did that in 2022. One of those innings, 277 circuitly, Ambrose.
Sure it wasn't the test match?
$50 over cricket, sir. There's a blemish. Front foot no ball from Niall Smith, so it will allow for the free hit.
just overstepping that front mark. Niall Smith. Well spotted by the umpire. Christopher Taylor, hailing from Jamaica. What will Justin Graves do with his free hit?
Bang! Flies all the way for 6. That was in the slot. Just open that front foot a little bit, Justin Graves. And the execution was great.
Right in the arc. Just moving away that front leg and smacking it high and hard and long. Over long on for 6. What form he's in.
Definitely in the zone for batting, Justin Graves. 26 for 1 after 5.
After 5 overs, the Leeward Islanders win at 26 for 1. Graves number 18, Hughes number 6.
In the background, you're seeing a little sprinkle again, so hopefully inclement weather won't intervene again. Ned to continue. And Chesney Hughes has the positive matchup to the left-arm spinner, so you think he is more in a position to dominate run scoring. Still a batting point to be had. Outside the line of the off stump, maybe bat on that occasion. But so quickly, if they get, after 8 overs, 48 runs for the loss of just this 1 wicket of Louis, it will reward the Hurricanes with a batting point. So still the intensity in run scoring is required despite it being a truncated innings.
If you're just joining us, it has reduced to 41 overs per side because of the rain.
Nothing.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles winning the toss, electing to bowl first.
There is a wicket, another one for Ned. Maybe with a little more pace. It hurried Chesney Hughes and went through his defenses.
What a spell he's having. Young Ned. Second wicket for him. Second wicket for the Harpy Eagles. Quicker, flatter delivery. Chesney Hughes was late and he was castled. Jubilation for Ashmead Ned. Despair for Chesney Hughes. He's gone for 6. 26 for 2.
And coming back for the Hurricanes, Karima Go.
Kerry Magor in at number 4. Scored 19 from 22 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Very different situation now for him. It's pulled behind square, nice and controlled from Graves.
This is the reason why Kerry Magor is there. He was very late on the stroke. Chesney Hughes, flatter, quicker delivery from Ned. And cleaned him up.
And take notice of the way that top hand came off the bat and the dominance of the bottom hand at the end of that bat swing. Maybe something for him to have a closer look at. Wasn't playing an aggressive stroke by no means, but maybe he has to work a little bit on his swing efficiency, getting a little more control with that top hand and less dominance with the bottom hand. Chesney Hughes. Didn't appear to be an extraordinary delivery from Ned to get his wicket. Pay attention to the top hand coming off the bat and the swing. There is some restriction in that flow, that cradle that you want to create as a batter with the back lift and then the swing coming through. Your swing efficiency is as critical in batting. If you compare that to Justin Graves, you will see the marked difference in how fluent that swing is when he plays the ball. Again, that swing has to be timed with your ability to pick up length, to sight the ball, to get your body in position. Everything quite sequential. Take a closer look at Justin Graves. Likes coming on the front foot to drive the ball. Appears to balance the firmness of the grip with his top hand and his bottom hand. Back lift up. That coming through nicely. That back leg not going around, not getting too square on the ball, which allows the bat to access the ball, whether it's outside off, on his body line, or down the leg side.
He stays very still and played the ball as late as possible. As the experts would say, under your eyes. He has a knack of picking up the length very early as well.
The other good thing, Sir Kirtley Ambrose, is the fact that he stays very side on, so that back lift and bat is not restricted in any way with the leg going around and him getting square and the bat coming from gully. It is pretty much in line with the wicketkeeper, or at most first slip. So it allows for a nice smooth swing of the bat, whether it's vertical and then transferred to horizontal. So good technique from Justin Graves.
That's why he's able to play all around the wicket. End of over number 7, 28 for 2.
Most consecutive hundreds in List A cricket. 5. That's going to be an interesting number. Can Justin Graves hit that? definitely be the talk of town if he's able to. Right now, the talk of the town is Ashmead Ned with his 2 wickets. Looking close to taking a third. If they do get that 3rd wicket in this over, it will be a bowling point for them. Certainly making a statement here at the top of things, Ashmead Ned. Good afternoon once again, Shakira. I know that you're not a spinner, but I want to get your input on Ashmead Ned and how he started here today.
Most remarkable thing so far, impressive, over the last 2 games as well, has been his pace. He's really adjusted since that first game where we all felt he was bowling a lot too quickly. Just look at this action. He seems to take his time. He's not rushing through the action and really finishing the action. Did he pivot as well on that right foot? He's bowling with lots of control, getting the ball to turn.
Completes a maiden over, 28 for 2. Well, it's been an adjusted game, playing 41 overs, and the first 8 constituted power play number 1, which means we're now into that 2nd phase of the innings, power play number 2. And to get it started is a very experienced man, maybe the most experienced out there on that field, versus Sammy Permal. What a soldier he has been for this Guyana franchise. 150 wickets he's taken. Not many can boast of figures like that. Finds space in it offside and probably should just get the 2. A different type of a challenge here for Justin Graves is Shakira. The challenge of a shorter game and the challenge of the overhead conditions as well. Does he change anything because of it, or just business as usual?
Yeah, I don't think he'll change too much. He does still seem very much in control of his game. He still seems comfortable. He did speak about this middle phase and how easy he's able to rotate the strike. And we will see lots of this. He'll try to hit the ball to the sweepers and take those long ones. First, a different situation as well because they've lost early wickets. The last 2 games, they were those 2 century opening partnerships. Lost Michael Louis quite early today, and then Chesney Hughes. So more responsibility on Justin Graves. but he's not someone who plays rash shots. He is timing the ball quite well. He'll know he needs to bat deep once more.
I'm happy you mentioned that additional responsibility factor for him here, because yeah, he was helped out by the opening partnership that he's had at the top with Louis. Those 200 plus stands are for them. That last delivery just getting its way past that man at point. Maybe could have gotten a better hand onto it. Junior Sinclair into proceedings now. He started today, or rather day ago, as a reserve. Now he's out in the middle. How quickly things can change for you, Sally. How quickly things can change.
Yeah, that's the reason you always have to be prepared for your opportunities. And he want to make the most of his opportunity, Junior Sinclair. Pretty much just like what Justin Graves has done. You mentioned in that interview he was left out of the Barbados side for some time, released from Windies, but then he stayed prepared. He was always ready for when that opportunity was coming. Never give up any hope.
Yeah, it was interesting to read his Instagram captions and to be able to ask him about them, and quite a few of them just spoke to a level of inspiration and belief in self and just never giving up. You can certainly say the Leeward franchise has taken on that approach as well in terms of the level of cricket or the standard of cricket that you've seen them play so far in this year's Super 50.
Oh, lovely.
A lot slower from Pamal on that occasion to close out 9, 33 for 2. Another start at the top for that man, Justin Graves. He's been responsible for 47% of the runs scored by the Hurricanes in this season. They'll be hoping that others can put up their hand and help to bring about these blue skies that we're seeing.
Nothing.
I've been told he's currently averaging 396, Justin Graves. $13 in a row is what Ashmead Ned has produced.
Nothing, Smitty!
Could be close. Oh, wow. That could have been the magic moment for them had that hit. Just before this delivery, they brought the man in from long on to mid on in Nell Smith. Wanted to prevent that single. They took a chance. They were flirting with danger, I tell you. Oh, by a cat's whisker. That could have been, ooh, curtains closed and good night Justin Graves had that hit. Oh, that would have ended the spell, Shakira. That would have ended it all.
Yeah, it would have been a disappointing way for him to be dismissed, Justin Graves. He seemed to have injured himself as well. But certainly he would have been gone. He was way short.
Oh, yes.
If ever there was a time they needed a bullseye throw, it was then.
Dancing with danger and flirting with fire. He's counting his lucky stars at the moment. Nell Smith still can't believe that he's missed those 3 sticks. He had all 3 to aim at as well, had a good look at it.
Nothing.
Can't get it through that offside. Quite a ring packed on that offside. Here's the moment that could have ended it all. An early call from Justin Graves on the goal, moving forward, thinking he could have gotten there. And Smith just needed to hit. He hit nothing. 10 bowled, 34 for 2.
After 10 overs, the Hurricanes are sitting 4 for 2. Carrying on ball, not out 3. Justin Graves, not out 23.
Could probably see this man come into play a bit later. And Kemo Paul, probably with the ball and certainly with bat. By a cat's whisker. That one missed, and in the process also did himself some damage. Justin Graves. Can't believe it. Niall Smith. Probably in a stage of denial at this point. See what I did there, Shakira. Damage done though to Justin Graves. It's not what you want to see. The physio and Tony Ann out there. All across the Leeward Islands will be hoping that Graves will be good to go again. Standing tall, that average appears to be a dream, Shakira. 397. Not many can ever say they've had that in a list day tournament. Best of 151 not out.
Certainly was a dream for me to finish my career of 397 runs. He's done it in 4 innings and still behind.
Catches the cry, but it probably won't be caught on that chase. That's another boundary off the bat of Justin Graves.
.400 runs no for Justin Graves in this competition. Low calls of catch it, but it was well away from Junior Sinclair at backward point. Just too short and too wide from Veerasamy Pramal once more. Yeah, a bit of a hit me ball. Played quite aptly behind point.
Mentioned, Shakira, the possibility of maybe ending your career with 397. 400 runs for Justin Graves. I wonder if you know how much you actually ended with, Shakira. Yes! Oh, is that the moment? They've got the big man. Pramal has done the damage, and Justin Graves has been dismissed.
Yeah, I just wonder how much this has to do with the injury. You do remember last season in that final, he was injured, and it made a big difference in what he was able to produce. Pramal flirting outside Austin once more. Not the best foot movement. He didn't get behind the line of the ball. Ended up feathering an edge through to the wicket keeper. Justin Graves has to go. He's disappointed. Some will call this a failure, but it's gone for 27. Hurricanes 38 for 3.
At the fall of the third Hurricane wicket, Justin Graves caught 7 England. Goal for Sammy Coleman was 27. Incoming batsman Jamal Hamilton scored 3 for 3 of 10.2 overs.
Guyana Harpy Eagles will be counting their lucky stars. They've done something no other team has been able to do. Restrict That man, Justin Graves, to less than 100, and it's brought the captain to the crease in Jamar Hamilton. And now this is the conversation. Or sorry, yes, not Jamar Hamilton as the captain. He's the vice captain for them. I'm thinking probably along the lines of the first class tournament.
Oh, wow.
Oh, a big movement there from Jamar Hamilton, and the expression of Pramal. Oh, wow. Here's that moment. The moment that the Harpy Eagles are waiting for. A fine edge on that one.
Oh, jeez.
And he's spinning it. It's turning here at the academy.
Keep going here, man.
A big question to be asked here for the Hurricanes. Can they put up a total without the runs of Justin Graves? This is what everybody has been wondering, given how much he scored for them thus far in the season.
Oh, lovely ball.
Yeah, I had a conversation with the assistant coach of the Barbados Pride team, and they were happy that they were getting contributions from lots of batters. The difference for a Hurricane side is that they've been depending on the openers, Justin Graves in particular, but the openers. So now they'll be asking their experienced vice captain Hamilton to put his hand back through the innings.
Ooh, right.
And set a defendable target. 4 runs in the wicket. Hurricanes 38 for 3.
Just short. Trial by spin at the moment here. And spin is winning the contest. Thought maybe would have been a third for Ashmi Ned there. Pressure piling. How do they navigate this period, the Hurricanes? A bit of turn from Ned, produced the outside edge. Just falls well short of Kimo Paul, that slip.
Nothing. Nice, Asha. Keep going.
Interesting that the last time we saw Karima Gore a couple nights ago use his feet quite nicely. Just wonder at some stage, does he go to that pitch spinning a lot more? Probably could be in the back of his head.
And again, lots of turn for Ashmi Ned. Ashmi Ned is not someone who's known to turn the ball. So much, 29 dots now for Ned.
Oh, he nearly left it all there. That one coming back in on the angle this time. Skills on show from Ned. Swept away nicely.
Done, Branny, done, but done.
Protection out there.
Done, Eddie.
Just one off the over, 39 for 3.
left down the track for Sammy Palmer, picking up another wicket. I didn't know where he was going there, Badri. But he's walking towards us. He's gone. First Sammy Palmer taking up another wicket here for Guyana.
Maul yet again. His second in the innings. Just luring Kareem Agor down the track, and another take, a simple one this time, or simpler anyway, for wicketkeeper Imlak. Gore goes for 4. 39 for 4.
That's the ball of the fourth Hurricane wicket. Kareem Agor, some 7 Imlak. Ball for a Sammy Palmer for 4. And coming batsman for James for 59 for 4.
Kofi James, the new batter for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, with his team in a spot of bother. It's always difficult to be in this sort of situation with the rains around, having to start and then stop. Very good bowling. That's the way that Kareem Agor usually plays, though. He tries to get to the pitch of the ball, uses his feet. Not that time, though. Good length from Pumal. And there, just wide of the fielder, Junior Sinclair in pursuit. Very good fielder. No Kevin Sinclair in today. Junior Sinclair replaces him, so one Sinclair in for the other. 126 wickets in List A cricket, or in this tournament, for Versamy Pumal, the most prolific bowler in the tournament history. He's been exceptional in 4-day cricket, in first-class cricket, and very good in this version as well for Guyana. Long servant of Guyanese cricket. He's been, I suppose, overshadowed by Godakesh Moti, who has ascended to the ranks of international duties. So he has been sidelined to playing for Guyana in the recent past.
When you speak of the Sammy Pumal, he's someone that understands how to bowl on these sort of surface. Bowls at the right pace, shock a bit of turn. So therefore he's someone that has been around for a while, and he would understand what is needed. Picked up 2 quick wickets there. Pretty sure that Guyana would want him to continue, but you mentioned how good he is at this level. But it's the end of the over. Dot to finish 41 for 4.
Leading into this game, that prolific opening partnership of Mikael Louis and Justin Graves. The standout performers at the top of the innings throughout the teams. Not to be today, though, in their lowest opening partnership. And Justin Graves, his first failure for the tournament. Ned continues. So all 4 wickets falling to left-hand spin. Shows, I suppose in a sense, Gastric, the deficiency from the Leeward Islands batters playing this type of bowling.
And it is something that has hampered our batters in the Caribbean. Something that we need to deal with. Batting spin, especially the second power play. But I always look at this game and I always say this is a very important game because Guyana have won 7 matches in a row against the Leeward Island in Super 50 Cup.
But they haven't won any this season yet. So this one promises to be a good one. But Guyana in the ascendancy, their bowlers putting them in a very good position. And in the attack, a little bit more. Tevin Imlach wants another fielder in a catching position. Slip on a gully.
Oh, jeez.
The conversation we had in our build-up in terms of both teams that are playing today, yes, Guyana would be a little bit confident, even though they haven't won any game as yet. They're playing against a team that they have dominated over the years. But then the Leeward Islands, after what they're doing in this tournament, the last game against Trinidad and Tobago, after Trinidad and Tobago had that winning streak over them for some time, Justin Graves definitely decided he's going to stop that now. So they came into this game with a lot of confidence. But yes, Guyana would have a lot more confidence because of the winning streak over them.
Good over. Just a single coming from it. 14 overs gone, 42 for 4. The Hurricanes after being sent in. And it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Well, it's water break time, so it means we're going to take you towards that points table before the start of today. How are things shaping up as we came into this round of action in the CG United Super 50? Well, Barbados Pride, they stand up top with 31 points, and once again we're going to focus on that bonus points column as we go throughout this tournament because they will be very important. Windward Volcanoes, they're in action today and they'll be hoping that they can jump up that table. They're sitting on 9 points in position number 8. Let's take you across now to the Queen's Park Oval, where that game has also been affected by rain. 30 overs is what that game has been reduced to. And when last I checked before coming to you guys, I believe that they were 3 down, 80 something for 3. I believe it was, yeah, right there, 83 for 3. The Windward Volcanoes chasing 156. So things could shape up to get very interesting there. The first 2 wickets to fall, though, went to the likes of Marquino Mindley. It was Pascal, the first to go. And then Alec Athanaze, he followed him right after. So things shaping up there are very interesting. But let's head right back out to the middle here, where action is about to resume at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Thanks very much, Joel Manning, for the update in the other game. Nice to see the fast bowlers getting some assistance from that surface. It's all spin though here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 4 wickets falling to the spinners. Ashby Ned with a couple, Permaul with a couple. And I mentioned his record in this tournament of 126 wickets, the most by any bowler. His Guyanese counterpart and countryman Mahendra Nagamutu behind him. He got 107 when he played Suleiman Ben, the other left unorthodox. 106, they round off the top 3. And not to mention his first-class record for Sami Permaul, the most prolific wicket taker in first-class cricket, 555. And that is in the West Indies. Nikita Miller, another left-hand orthodox, on 511. So it's all spin and the left-hand orthodox dominating the proceedings. Just looking at this Guyana Happy Eagles team, though, Kesrick, they've been dominant in first-class cricket. 7 out of the last 9 tournaments they've won. 4-day version, red ball cricket. They haven't been able to translate that type of success, though, to Listy. Last one in 05, 06, a long time ago. And you look at the way they play, it seems to me as though they play an anachronistic brand of cricket. It is outdated, particularly when they bat. You look at their top order, they're very slow. They don't really look to take on that power play, and from a batting standpoint, it's difficult sometimes to look at. That's pulled away. Short, Kofi James doesn't miss out. A good boundary.
A bit too short. And a player like Kofi James, he would not miss out on those, because Permaul is not really someone that give a lot away, especially when he's bowling well and he's taking wickets. Kofi James will not miss out on that. As Baji was rightfully mentioned, that he realized the difference in terms of how they play their first-class cricket and how they play their less A cricket. And it's really a big difference.
Good comeback. I just want to get your thoughts on that, though. What are your thoughts on the reasons for the success in 4D and the travails they experience in list A cricket? Just to give an example, they're just short of the fielder. They had the lowest scoring rate amongst all teams last season. You look at someone like Tejana Chandrapal, for instance, didn't hit a solitary 6. His strike rate was amongst the lowest in the tournament. Think about your answer. I'll give you this delivery, the overbreak, to give me some solid reasons as to why this is happening to Guyana. 47 for 4. Three centurions this season. Matthew Nandu, one of those 3. He'll be looking to build on that performance. And before the break in the last over, Kesrick Williams was about to give us some nuggets about the reason why Guyana hasn't been able to translate their red ball success to white ball cricket. Let's stay anyway.
Just punched out to sweet boundary, but it leaves me baffled, Baji, because when you think of the white ball players that they had, let's look at last year. the Hetty Myers, the Rutherfords and all of these guys. When you think of these guys, they are very prominent players around the white ball circuit. The Romario Shepherd, the Kemo Paul, these guys play around the world.
Nothing.
And you're wondering, why aren't they performing for Guyana at this level? But when you look at the white ball, the red ball, sorry, people like the Palmald and also the Tajner, and these guys battle for a long period, and this is what they like to do. But they're not transforming that into the white ball. So it leaves you baffled as to understanding what's going on with Guyana cricket. And why is it so hard to make the transition from red ball cricket into white ball cricket?
So from all of that, what you just said, I gathered absolutely nothing. No reasons were proffered.
And guess what? That's because it's so baffled. It's very hard to understand why is it so hard to make that transition, Badgery.
Got away. Good batting, really good placement and timing from Kofi James. Another boundary to him.
Kofi James, not someone that usually missed out on loose deliveries. This one a bit too straight now. Testing them on the good dive by there. Jason Ryan just missing that one, but it's another 4. It's the end of the over. It's 56 for 4.
I just wonder if it hit his left hand first. Yep, that's what happened there. So he needed to raise that left hand to get the right hand swooping on the ball. Yeah, just to highlight what we're talking about, the lowest scoring rate last season, Guyana in 8 matches, they were going at 4.46. Jamaica, who lost all of their games bar 1, 4.53. So it's just, I suppose, testimony to the way they play their cricket, their list day cricket, a sort of defensive, tentative approach. And that is something that the management of the West Indies team wants to change, and hence the bonus point system. They want to see a little bit more attacking, aggressive and attractive cricket. Another wicket. Good bowling again from Permaul, getting some turn, some bite from the surface. And that combination again, Permaul and Imlak, reaping rich rewards.
Really, really good stuff here, Badgery. Just what we expected, and we did say that he knows exactly the sort of pace that he should bowl on this surface. Permaul taking up another wicket. Hamilton goes just 3. The score is now 56 for 5.
That's the ball of the fifth for the People Island. Hurricane. Jamal Hamilton. For 7 England. Over Tommy Football. For 3. And coming batsman. For the Hurricane. Skipper Raki. All the ball. 456 5 or 16.2 overs.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain Rakim Cornwall makes his way out to the middle. 400s in list day cricket, a best of an unbeaten 132. And he will need to bring something close to his best on this occasion if he is to get his team to a competitive total. Half the team down, 56 for 5, and facing a difficult proposition. You get Justin Graves and you're well into this lineup. That's what the Guyana Happy Eagles were able to do, restrict him for just 27. But look at this delivery, the pace at which he's bowling, the angle into the stump. The right-hander had to play, and just enough purchase from the surface, and a good take once again from Imlak.
A lot of experience, Pomal, and he's showing that today. Definitely something that Guyana would want. Haven't won a game yet. Pomal have to do something special today for them. We did see a couple of games ago that, yes, it's a batting surface, but if spinners bowl the right pace on this surface, they can create some problems. And we're seeing that now here from Pomal.
And that is the challenge for any bowler on any surface, trying to make that assessment quite early. What is your right line and your ideal pace, whether you're a fast bowler or a spinner. And usually the more successful bowlers are able to make that assessment quite early, and then the adjustment as to how they operate. 58 for 5. Just the 3 bowlers used so far. 5 wickets for the spinners, 3 for Pomal, 2 for Ned. Al Smith, the only fast bowler used to date. A lot has been spoken about this young man coming from Guyana. He played at the Under 19 World Cup in South Africa earlier this year. Already played List A cricket, 5 matches. Isaiah Thorne. He has a lot of expectations on his shoulders coming into this match and in this tournament. Another one of the youngsters coming through the system, looking to make that elevation. Thorne for his first delivery today. Clean them up. What a start. A very auspicious start to his spell. And it has been a procession for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're 6th down now.
Awareness, Baji. Awareness. This is what you want to see these guys be. At the situation now, you have to be able to understand what is needed for you to score. First delivery from the young man. Sighters. He's gone. Kofi James is gone for 15. The score is now 58 for 6.
Score 15 for 6. Then coming back Jeremiah Louis.
Jeremiah Louis, elder brother of Mikael Louis, makes his way out to the middle. And with his team in a precarious position, 6 down, only 58 on the board. And with a real risk of being dismissed under 100, Thorne with a wicket in his first delivery. And that's the value of being bang on target first up, Kesrick.
Tell you what, Badri, Guyana is well on their way for an extra point. It was well pitched up. Kofi lifting his head a little bit too early, trying to go big. Like one play straight onto the stump, picking up a wicket, the first ball. So if the Guyana team picks up one more wicket here before the 35th over or so, they pick up a point, which is the 33rd over, they pick up an extra bowling point. So they're well on their way.
In the air, field out there, Chandra Paul just out of his reach. And that might just have landed inside the boundary rope. It was a long run for Tejra and Chandra Paul, but in the end, he wasn't able to get there. And short from Thorne, taking on the fielder. Yes, just inside and just out of his reach. It will be a 4 for Cornwall.
Just punch off the back foot there by Raheem Cornwall. Rubber structure. Didn't really get any big connection on that one. Just out of the reach of Tej. Turn looking a bit disappointed there, but it was just out of the reach. 63 for 6. The lowest total ever for Leeward was 80 versus CCC in 2014. Pretty sure that Raheem Corner will do his best to get past that. Shot again. Pulled out to front of square. Just a single though, no harm.
Perhaps Raheem Cornwall will play a few shots, seeing 6 wickets down. And that's a no ball, and it's disdainfully dispatched by Jeremiah Louis, well in front of square. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar making the signal. So wicket first delivery. Now he's guilty of an extra run, extra delivery, free hit, boundary, a couple of them in the over.
Jeremiah Louis, one who loves to use his bat. Usually see him in the nets. Probably a little bit with his bat a bit more than the ball in hand. And he's showing that now. Oh boy, they need it. But it's a free hit. Wide. Still entitled for that free hit. Jeremiah Louis looks ready for it. So the young man have a lot to think about. Started pretty well. Wants to stay focused. As Niall Smith, the more experienced bowler, have a chat with Torn. Wonder what that conversation is about.
Yeah, it's so important to have the more experienced Niall Smith and Kimo Paul on either side of the young man to give him that advice that you mentioned about. Free hit continues, smashed, got something on it. And a dot delivery. 70 for 6. Only 27 today for Justin Graves on the back of 3 consecutive centuries. It was bound to happen, wasn't it? And so the others in this lineup haven't stood up. Michael Louis going for 1. Hughes go Hamilton. James falling relatively cheaply. And it's up to the captain now in combination with the lower order. Louis, Spencer, Durham. Others to come. Keswick Williams mentioned the lowest of 80 in List A cricket for the Hurricanes, being dismissed by the CCC in 2014. But I'm interested to see the way Rakeem Cornwall plays his innings and whether or not he has confidence in Louis and the others to build partnerships and to look to get through these 41 overs. Should have been taken. He was positioned there, Matthew Nandu, for that very purpose. Low down to his right, but that should have been taken. He's grasped a few already in this tournament.
Straight hand. Should have been a catch. That should have been a corner, Badri. It's too easy at this level. Come on, young man. You need to get down.
Yeah, the earlier game they played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, a couple of catches went straight to him. Wasn't able to hold on those occasions either. Matthew Nandu. Yes, protection there, so just one. One of the things that coaches coming through the system always tell you in Keswick, the young batters in the team must be the best fielders, because you aren't bowling. Your only task really is to bat, and usually at the top of the order, but in the field, the younger ones are the ones who need to pull the team and to set the example. And I want to see Matthew Nandu in particular. I've seen him a couple times now, and he has been a little bit sluggish. I want to see him improve in that department. He's good with the bat, scored a century already, but that's just one component. Good pace from Permall. He's not bowling too quickly, nice and slowly, giving the ball time to turn.
And in his case, Badri, he just needs to be good in 2 facets of the game. With the bat, just give me some hands in the field, Nandu. Just something that he needs to work on going forward. That's what you want to see from your youngsters. Still wondering, I want to see how Cornwall will really take this from here. But it's a dot to finish. The score is 72 for 6.
in quite some bother, the Hurricanes. He's looked good since coming to the crease, Jeremiah Louis. It's going to be a lot of work for himself and Cornwall to do. Pleasure of having Sir Kirtley alongside of me. Sir Kirtley, how do they look to navigate this situation here?
Hello, Joel. No, they do need a partnership. That is going to be key. Skipper Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis at the crease. Good shot. Over pitch delivery from Thorne and was blared through extra cover for 4 by Cornwall.
You talked about a partnership. Yeah, they need some runs as well, and that's 4 of them. Yeah, just going a bit too full to Cornwall. Wickets down, but still need runs, and yeah, he's not going to miss it on that too often, Cornwall. Very powerful figure he is. He's known to score runs. He's going to have to do a lot more of that here. Had a good sound off the bat. Just 1 out towards Tajerine Shandapal.
Hasn't really seen any substantial partnership yet from the Hurricanes. Keep losing wickets at a regular interval. Shorter delivery just paddled away. Partnership is desperately needed now. Jeremiah Louis is no slouch to the bat. He can bat a bit, and I can tell us something, Joel. He fancies his batting.
He definitely does. There's Jeremiah Louis. Just end of these balls find their way to the boundary. You're going to see that smile of his come out. What a jovial character is Jeremiah Louis. Not getting the type of connection that he wanted, but probably helped as well by the fielder Niall Smith. Rehearsing that shot. Should have just been 1. Instead he gets 4.
Very ordinary effort by Niall Smith. He got a good bounce. Should have stopped that quite easily. What should have been 1 turns out to be 4. Not a very good effort at all that time. Partnership so far of 24 from 18 deliveries, so he's building quite nicely.
A better connection on this one in front of square. Just the 1. Takes us to the end of 20, 83 for 6. So Curtly mentioned partnerships, and not many to talk about there for the Hurricanes. This one between Louis and Cornwall, with the highest of 25.
Keep going here, lads. Keep going here, boys. Stay looking here, man. Stay looking. All right, wait.
Spencer, Thomas and Durham to come. So not much left in terms of that batting department, so it probably has to be this pair.
Oh, lovely ledge. Oh, ledge.
Into 7th over now is Versami per ball.
Stay looking here, boys.
Now wickets column.
Here, boys. Get it here, boys. Keep going.
That's what the Harpy Eagles will be smiling about for him.
almost enticed him, Jeremiah Louis, to play a false stroke. Played it well in the end. He was looking for that cut shot, but realized that ball spun quite a bit and a bit of bounce as well, and he pulled out the last second. Happy Eagles continues to apply the pressure.
Man, keep working, boys.
Oh, he had an almighty heave at that one, looking to eye up that deep mid-wicket boundary. Probably better served going over cover with that one, given how that ball is spinning sharply away from him. Much better looking shot there from him. Gets back nicely into the crease. Waits on that one. Gets the single to close 21. 84 for 6.
After 21 overs, the Hurricanes are 84 for 6.
If we were to use a Caribbean context, Kurt, to describe what we're seeing at the moment, you would say a couple towers and a couple chattel houses there for the Hurricanes. It's been a stutter for them.
Taking up the attack,
Junior Sinclair into the attack. This was a couple of deliveries ago in the last over. A wild swing by Jeremiah Louis, playing against the spin. Would have been better trying to go over extra cover. Probably would have connected.
It was a very interesting shot, and I think it was just purely because of the flight on that one from Pramod. And usually you get that and you get towards the lower order batters, whereby they just see a bit of air on that one and look to clear that front leg and go towards the leg side. Had a bit of bounce and turn on that one, so fortunate that he didn't get an edge as well, looking to play that shot.
If ever the Hurricanes need a partnership, is now. Cornwall, the skipper, is there along with Jeremiah Louis. Still a long way to go. We're only into over number 22. So 19 after this one, so still a long way to go. But the danger is 6 wickets already gone. So that is a bit of an issue for the Hurricanes.
I think they might find it just a little bit easier as we get deeper into the game now to play the likes of Junior Sinclair in comparison to the two left arm spinners that they had to face previously. Turning back into them naturally is Junior Sinclair. Cornwall tries to get cute and just over the head of Isaiah Thorne. How often have you seen Cornwall attempt to play those types of shots?
I can't recollect if I've ever seen it before. Very strange. Made up his mind from early. Got away with it. Just.
I'm trying to flash through my brain and think back to if I've ever seen Cornwall play that particular shot. I don't think so.
Nothing.
I think that's what pressure is doing at the moment. He's going to something that he's not known for, Cornwall. Usually known for striking the ball down the ground, striking the ball towards that deep mid-wicket area. But instead he does this.
Nothing.
Well, thankfully for him and the Hurricanes, he survived it. I have to ask how often he's practiced that one as well. Giving a bit of air for that last one. Just one to close it. 87 for 6.
Keep going up, boys. Working, man. Stay looking, boys. Stay looking here, boys.
91 dot balls thus far in the innings.
Veerasamy Permaul continues to bowl extremely well. He's into his 8th over, conceding 21 runs and 3 crucial wickets. That's the difference, making life hard for the Hurricanes.
Making it hard indeed for them. A lot of uncertainty in this stroke play at the moment. Really varied his pace nicely, has Veerasamy Permaul. He's also been assisted by the conditions here as well. Just a bit of sharp turn from him, taking it away from Keemo Paul, that slip. And it takes me back to a conversation I was having a little earlier on air with Shakira Selman in terms of the possibility of use of the feet in. We didn't necessarily get a chance to finish that one. But on a surface like this, certainly a lot harder to use your feet simply because of how much it's turning. It just so happened that Kareem Agor used his feet directly after we went off here.
This is the 5th game we're playing here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's the first time we've seen the ball turning so much, consistently. Other games, we've seen it here or there, but today, totally different.
Yeah, definitely different indeed. Because you think back to 2 nights ago, Kareem Agor was able to use his feet, get to the pitch of the ball quite nicely. A lot less spin, or rather a lot less turn out the surface then. Oh, how has that missed everything? Cornwall survives 88 for 6. You subtract Isaiah Thorne in terms of that economy rate, and then you look at the rest. Very economical today, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Very effective as well. You look at that wicket column, wicket shared amongst the spinners, and then Isaiah Thorne picked up one with his very first ball of the day. Oh! Is that good enough? No, it's not, says umpire Rajkumar. Just sliding down that leg side. But just to go back to what we were saying in terms of the use of the feet, on this occasion. Surface spinning, probably can use the depth to the crease a bit more, play your shots a lot later. A good challenge of skills here. And at the moment, ball is winning, but still time, as you mentioned, Kurtz, for a partnership to build this one. Now 31 from 40 for this pair.
Trying to go big, Jeremiah Louis. Didn't get enough distance on it. Good work. Jeremiah Chantal down a deep backward square. It was struck firmly enough from Cornwall, but not enough to beat Chandra Paul. Good work.
We'll be happy to see that from Chandra Paul, because at the toss, the captain mentioned that fielding is an area that they significantly want to improve on. It's let them down across these games and contributed to the fact that they've not won a game just yet. In a good position to restrict the Hurricanes here and set themselves up for a possible first win. 24 bowled, 91 for 6. A bit of weather, a bit of lightning contributed to today's revised playing conditions. 41 overs, aside one bowler can bowl 9, the remaining can bowl a maximum of 8. And our power play phases 1 to 8, 9 to 33, and 33 to 41. Oh, here's a good moment of the spirit of the game with Sami Pramal, the most experienced. Just bending knee to tie the laces of Rakeem Cornwall. Quite a difference in size between the two. Certainly, when he stood right next to Cornwall, it was a mixed match there. Should they get into a boxing ring at all, so currently I would pick Cornwall as the winner.
Oh, lovely, 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 legend.
Well, I will go opposite. I will go with Pramal. Pramal is more agile, move around. He could weigh Cornwall down.
One hit from Cornwall is all it would take. So currently, one hit. It doesn't matter about agility. It's one accurate punch.
All Pramal had to do was just keep moving around the ring. And Cornwall will get tired quickly. However, we will never see it happen. So back to cricket. Pramal into his 9th and final over. So he'll be the only one to bowl 9.
They're looking, boys.
Up to this point, has done a fantastic job for his team. 22 conceded from 8.5 overs.
Well played from Louis this time. Didn't look to overhit it. It was all about timing there, and it has to play in that fashion, has to bear a measure of responsibility in this contest. Yes, he's accustomed to batting lower down the order, coming in with a lot less overs to face. A different challenge for him here now, and adjusting slowly but surely to that challenge. A bit of concern around that dressing room there. There's 2 deliveries left now in this spell for Sami Pramal. For 1 second, you almost thought like Cornwall was going with a big hit there, Kurtz.
tells you how important Justin Graves is to this team, top of the order. Didn't get many today, and you look at the score line, Hurricanes are struggling. But still a long way to go.
It's like changing the field now. Where long on comes into the circle to mid on. And the man sweeping on the cover boundary comes in as well. I know asking Junior St. Clair to come into what appears to be maybe a second slip. So 2 slips for this final ball for Sambi Pamal. He's looking for wicket number 4. Louis negotiates it nicely. 25 gone, 93 for 6.
Pamal completing 9 overs. Remember, with 41 overs per innings, just one bowler can bowl a maximum of 9, so that's an option exhausted for Guyana Harp Eagles. Needed 4 wickets to get a bonus point. Sambi Pamal cut powerfully behind point. Struck it late enough to find the gap. Again, the experience of Cornwall in the situation, supremely good.
Particularly severe on anything short this innings. Raheem Cornwall, too short, too wide, and nicely played through the gap for another boundary.
Guyana Harp Eagles, they need to find a way of building some pressure against these 2 out in the middle. A partnership of 39 brewing. That's runs. Runs for Cornwall with little risk. So the 100 comes up for the Hurricanes. And a little bit of a rare-guard act from the captain and Louis.
Yeah, Harp Eagles have to be careful. Partnership now up to 43 off just 53 deliveries as well. Scoring quite easily, these 2. Really rebuilding for the Hurricanes. Second 50 a lot faster than that first one, coming off just 60 deliveries.
So Cornwall able to score on both sides of the wicket. Again, showing that maybe there's no definitive plan to get him out. Harp Eagles expecting something to happen, as against being more calculated in their approach with the ball to Cornwall. Shakira Selman alongside me. Shakira, sometimes this happens because of the opportunity of getting early wickets a helpful surface, you lose that sort of focus as a bowling unit. 101 for 6. .43, the largest partnership of the innings. Lee and Cornwall recognizing the crisis that they're in with the bat, making their wickets count.
It's the speed at which they've been able to score. Normally, in this rebuilding phase, you see many dot balls and the scoring is quite slow. 43 from 55 is still quite healthy. Harpy Eagles really have to be careful. Remember, against Volcanoes, they have Volcanoes, restricted Volcanoes to 58 for 5. Volcanoes eventually got to 277. Pride 87 for 5 and then got to 204. So this is the phase they haven't been good at. Haven't been able to penetrate after getting early wickets. Turn to a new bowler, hoping he can break this partnership. Kimo Paul into the attack for the first time today.
Not a bad option because he will bring a variety of skills. Kimo Paul bowls with a rapid pace, quite a skiddy customer with the ball. He's got quite a few slow deliveries, cutters, and also goes slow into the pitch with his short ball. Gets a little extra bounce that can surprise you as a batter. Doing too much, surely. Good movement from Kimo Paul.
Half appeal by the Harpy Eagles. Clearly missing that leg stump. Good bowling from Kimo Paul so far, targeting the stumps. He'll want to stay on one side of the wicket. Ask Louis to play across the line of the ball if he's going to find a way to score.
I took notice of the fact that Guyana Harpy Eagles in the last game they used Tejaran Chandapal, Matthew Nandu for their bowling as well. Both players opening batters in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side, but being called upon with the ball. Across the line, that's been his favored side for scoring. Yeah, I like players progressing, trying to develop their different aspects of their game. Both players known for their batting, but pushing themselves to show more of an all-round game in white ball cricket. Could only be healthy for them and for their respective team.
Yeah, Louis no mug with the bat. He does find a way to score some runs, more so in first class, in the longer format of the game. He does pride himself on his batting. The Harpy Eagles looking on, perhaps wondering just how his side is going to break this partnership.
So maybe a Tejaran Chandapal got 1 for 20 and 5 in that last game. There he is. Should be a couple runs. The amble for one. Just a single from the over, 1 or 2 for 6. And it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
You've been hearing me talk all about it. And we're going to once again take a look at that points table for the CG United Super 50 tournament. Coming into this one, of course, you know already, Barbados Pride, they were at the top, and that's because of the 3 wins that they picked up. This matchup, though, it is featuring the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they are looking for a possible first win in this tournament. We head back, though, to the Queen's Park Oval, where action is heating up and looking very interesting. The Volcanoes, they were set a revised target of 206. And, well, at one stage, they were cruising. Things were looking good for them. They're currently 156 for 7. And there was one piece of the puzzle that we need to talk about. It's the wicket of Sunil Ambris. At that stage, he was looking good on 59. And this is the moment that meant that the Scorpions once again believed. So what's going to happen in that match? We don't know. When last I checked, they needed 50 from 5. So it's going to take some hitting in that one. And this one, though, is going to take some wickets for the Harpy Eagles, and it will take some runs on the side of the Hurricanes. So let's head back over my right shoulder to the action right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Artificial lights on as we welcome the resumption from that Blue Waters drinks break. Of course, a very cool day because of overcast conditions, so not so intense on the players. Conditions quite pleasant here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Not so pleasant was the batting from the Hurricanes. Of course, this partnership the highest. Struggled in that first power play. They were 28 for 2, and now in power play 2, losing 4 wickets. They desperately need this partnership to linger into power play 3. Guyana Harpy Eagles, on the other hand, will hope that Niall Smith can bring a wicket, break this partnership. And they'll be thinking about bowling the opposition out. Here's Smith after the drinks break. Of course, Shakira Salman, we've noticed 4 previous matches here. What I really would like to see is a little more enterprise from the captains, more so in the middle phase in terms of how they go about wicket taking, and more so the fielding captain showing more clear strategies against batters, being attacking in nature at times when the game allows for it. more in pulse with the ebb and flow. For example, straight after a break, it's usually a good opportunity for a fielding captain to pounce on that little lull that batters have had, and maybe any lapse in concentration. So the finer points in the game must be appreciated, acknowledged, and utilized properly to your advantage.
Yeah, what you're asking for is for Tevin Inlock, the fielding captain, to be a bit more proactive with his field placement. Come up with a clear plan. Oh, he and his bowlers can be creative enough to prize a wicket out, and not just let the game drift away during this phase. Again, this seems to be the weak area for the Harpy Eagles in particular. For many teams, but for Harpy Eagles in particular, this is where they've struggled. Now he goes to his bowler. Perhaps he's just come up with a way to maybe keep Cornwall on strike for a few deliveries, build pressure, ask him to play a fault shot. Too often they've let teams get away after taking wickets. Who else can they turn to? Ned has bowled out, so too has Pramal. Which one of the other four bowlers can take a wicket for him? Or will he have to go to Tej Narain Chanderpaul, Kevlon Anderson, or Matthew Nandu?
It's close, very close. And again, there's no exact science to what we're talking about. It's about managing the skill set that you have in your complement of bowlers with your gut instinct as a captain too. Just beating that inside edge. Rakeem Cornwall playing outside the line, maybe indecision whether to play or leave.
Angle created from delivering that ball very wide up the crease.
Uppish once more, and a very average effort in the field, which allows for another boundary. So this partnership continues to flourish, aided with some substandard fielding.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen this. Should have done better at mid-off there, Sami Pramal. Perhaps the ball did hit the surface, which is perhaps a bit damp still. It really skidded through past him. He should have done better to his strong side as well.
That's much better from Rakeem Cornwall, and powerful too. 50 partnership comes up, and he does it in style. 111 for 6.
Yeah, through the offside and then straight over the top. High front elbow, and lifting that one over the bowler for a boundary.
Partnership growing between Cornwall and Louis. 53 already from just 67.
Last ball of the previous over. Just look at how high that front elbow is. Just lifts it over the bowler's side. Full face.
Getting a little bit impatient here. Jeremiah Louis has to keep his calm, recognize that he's playing more of a supporting role to his captain, Rakeem Cornwall. Louis, 22 from 41, so a valuable innings thus far. More importantly, a partnership that is bringing respectability to this score. Batting first. Both the top 5 getting single digits. Gap finding skills very good from Rakeem Cornwall. When he's on the offensive, he's usually very good at finding the boundary.
In the last 3 deliveries he's faced, he's hit them for boundaries, Rakeem Cornwall. Too loose from the Hurricanes bowlers. And just helping it off the hips. Well in the gap. There's that variation in pace you alluded to a bit earlier, Darren.
Just saying, with that conversation about the enterprise we've seen from teams in power play 2, takes me back to the game when the Hurricanes played the Red Force. Of course, the Red Force defending 291 and conceded 5.3 runs in that power play 2 phase. Take nothing away from the batting quality that we saw, but I just feel Joshua De Silva didn't show signs of being proactive, showing clear strategies to dismiss the opposition batters in that phase. Although you have the chance of using fielders outside the 30-yard circle, you don't necessarily need to use all of them. There is that opportunity to create pressure with more fielders in. And captain's not using that option. 117 for 6. Chance for the Hurricanes to get 189, maybe, or even more. That's if they go at run a ball and more. In the air and catch taken, so Rakeem Cornwall flirted with danger and he pays a heavy price. So the breakthrough finally comes for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
Partnership of 59 finally broken. Rakeem Cornwall not extending his hands. Look at that. A mere push and straight to the fielder at long off. Fielder just pushed back to long off as well. Remember, he hit a boundary the last ball of the previous over from Nell Smith. Past that fielder who was at mid off. This time, picks out the fielder at long off. Cornwall goes for a well played 36. Hurricanes 117 for 7.
So new batter at the crease. Another opportunity for the Harp Eagles bowlers to penetrate further. Daniel Durham. Still a deep backward square and a deep fine leg. There is a second wicket, consecutive wickets now for Niall Smith, so things unfolding quickly after that 50-run partnership.
Daniel Durham unable to trouble the score. Really had no response for this delivery from Niall Smith. Just straight at the stumps. Bit too late on it as well. Middle and leg rocked right back. Niall Smith now on the hat trick. Durham goes without scoring. Hurricanes 117 for 8.
Incoming batsman, Javier Spencer.
Hat-trick opportunity for Niall Smith. He's come in this spell and he's changed the game. Impacted this innings with the ball. Was wicketless before this spell of bowling. He's on a hat-trick, so there is a slip. We'll be thinking about a straight line delivery. Here's Smith on a hat-trick. And he nearly gets it. Misses the outside edge. Misses that off stump too.
Yeah, so close. Beating for pace there again. Narrowly missing that off stump. Yeah, with that technique, you have to think that if that was on target, it was definitely going to be a hat trick for Niall Smith.
That's the edge. There was a sound. Not convinced the umpire. Maybe bat hitting ground. Again, the line just outside the off stump, not wicket to wicket from Smith.
Yeah, if I'm telling him that, I'm asking him to get it on target. Just get it on target. Left-arm seamer Javier Spencer back into the team after missing the last game. Asked to do a job with the bat. Still quite a few overs left.
There's that edge. Goes between keeper and Kimo Paul in that second slip position.
Yeah, there's just something about this second slip, 1.5 slip position that I'm not just so sure about. Look at how way he is there. Genuine edge. It would have gone straight to the first slip fielder. Telling him that perhaps could have attempted diving at it. Results in a 4 though.
Kimo Paul goes into first slip. Another play and miss from Spencer. 2 wickets in the over, just 4 runs conceded, 121 for 8. 3 wickets to Versame Pamal. Economy of 2.6. He was well supported by Ashmead Ned. 2 for 19. Ashmead Ned opening the bowling alongside Niall Smith. Very impactful over from Smith in the 30th. If you miss it, it was first Rakeem Cornwall. Just check his stroke. He's a powerful man. If he went through, that probably would have gone over the boundary line. And then first up, Durham got one that was straight from round the wicket. Was a goner. Yeah, statistician just gave us some information about the gold standard for the top teams in ODI cricket and their wicket-taking ability in that power play 2 phase. You look at India, ranked number 1 in the world as a men's ODI team. They averaged 4.5 wickets through that power play 2 phase. Overs number 11 to 40. And Australia, reigning world champions, they averaged 4 wickets. So as a captain in list A cricket, your real focus should be in that power play 2 and how you go about creating wicket-taking opportunities with the bowling options that you have. Most bowlers are accustomed to bowling in the power play with a new ball. You always get something from the conditions, the hardness of that new ball. And then many players are adept at bowling the last 5, last 10 because of how often they play T20 cricket. Scramble, a quick single. So for me, that's an area of focus for bowlers, for captains, for teams.
Yeah, another delivery angle down the leg side, clearly missing leg stump. But you're right, Darren, and it makes a real difference, doesn't it? Because if you're able to take wickets in that middle phase, it's less likely that a batter who is set is there at the very end. Good running, pushing for 2 runs. It's a real difference when it's the lower order at the very end in those final 10 overs. So yeah, in planning and preparation, you have to come up with ways of finding wickets, taking wickets when the ball is not doing that much.
Maybe investing a little more time with your captain off the field, having discussions both individually and collectively as bowlers, how you use your angles, how you use your strengths as a bowler. No 2 bowlers are the same. Those are healthy discussions to have off the field so that when you compete, you always have contingencies that you can turn to. Hurricanes losing 6 wickets in this power play 2 phase, so credit to Guyana Harp Eagles in the way they've gone about wicket taking. Again, assisted with the conditions, extra moisture on the surface, moisture in the atmosphere, damp conditions. Turn on offer for the spinners and some lateral movement too for the seamers. .126 feet.
couple of wickets for Niall Smith in his last over, 2 for 34, 8 wickets down, 126 on the board. Just looking to polish off things now. The Guyana Happy Eagles continues from the southern end. And down the leg side, no slip for Jeremiah Louis though. He's unbeaten on 26. Kesrick Williams alongside me. Kesrick 127. What can they get to challenge this Guyana Happy Eagles batting lineup, given what we've seen from the surface?
And this could be problems here for Leeward. Is out. Spencer is gone. We're just about to really analyze what we think they needed here. But as soon as I was about to say something, problems again. Slipping deeper here, Leewards.
Confusion. Jeremiah Louis wanted the single initially, then sent back Spencer. But that is bullseye.
Good work from Savory. And this is what you call sweet. Savory sweets. Spencer is gone for 4. The score is 127 for 9.
After the score of this night, Hurricane wicket, Flavia Spencer, Ronald, Kimo Stavros for 4, and cover batsman, Ocean Thomas, 127 for 9.
Last batter, Ocean Thomas at the non-strikers end though. No bonus points so far in this tournament for fielding teams before effecting 2 runouts or more in an innings. Just look at Jeremiah Louis. Wanted the single and then at the last moment sent Spencer back. But it was too late. But exceptional fielding from Kemal Savory. Just about one stump to aim at and bang on target. Brilliant.
Something that your coach will always tell you as a youngster. No ball watching. Something that Louis was doing. But really good work there. Attacking that ball is Savory. And bullseye, as you mentioned, Badri.
Has protection in the deep, and he does take the single with 3 deliveries remaining. And that's something I was looking at to see if he will do so. So he gives Ocean Thomas 3 balls in this over. Tevin Imlach had the field spread. All of the fielders in the inner circle were on the circle to give him the single. And he takes it. I expect that there will be a slip in position. There doesn't seem to be one going now. I think he should have a slip, 1 at least. The fielder seems as though it's Kimo Paul going into that slip position. Round the wicket for Niall Smith. Just get this one on target would be the advice for Niall Smith. He still has a bit of protection in the deep for the outer edge. Deep backward point, deep third, deep fine leg, deep backward square.
Bang on target is Smith. Be surprised if you go short the next delivery. Ocean Thomas, not one that is really familiar with the bat.
That was competently played though by the number 11. Forward defensive. It seems as though he can defend his stumps. He's looking around. He looks as though he's looking at scoring opportunities as well. Ocean Thomas. 9 overs remaining after this one. And that's all he needs to do, I suppose, to keep those deliveries out and sort of form a partnership with Jeremiah Louis. 1 delivery remaining in the over. Certainly will want to defend.
Just want to go back just before that wicket when Patrick asks about, what do you think maybe a score they should look at here? Oh, Badri, still thinking. So I'm not really sure, but a good sharp one there from Smith. I was expecting that. But it's the end of the over there, 129 for 9.
Sounds strange me saying that, but it's a failure for Justin Graves. When you look at that scorecard, though, he's the joint 2nd highest run scorer to date with 27. But given what he's managed so far this year, 3 consecutive centuries, a 27 is a disappointment. Paul down the ground.
Questions were asked this morning about the Leeward's middle order, knowing that Justin Graves, also the man on screen there, how they have been chugging along for the season. Both batters at the top scored over 100 runs twice. So the Leewards will be a little bit concerned with their middle order.
Ocean Thomas looking to be aggressive. He gets off strike though, which is a good result for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And now Jeremiah Louis might play a few more shots. Not that he hasn't been trying so far in this innings. Expect the fielders to go far and wide.
Slow one there from Kimo. Something that could do around the world. Slower deliveries, especially in the back end. Guyana has picked up a bowling point here. Picking up over 4 wickets or so between this second power play. This is good for them. This will do very well for their confidence going forward, picking up a bowling point. We saw how important the bonus point system is for all teams.
Yeah, clear indication as to what is the approach from Jeremiah Louis now, looking to score as many as he can, given the fact that he's with Ocean Thomas, number 11. It's 2 deliveries remaining though, so does he take a single and go to the other end for the next over, or does he try to score again in this one and then wait for the final delivery? Dot delivery, still trying to score. This time I want to see what Tevin Imlach does. Does he bring in the fielders to cut the single? Does he keep them on that ring? They seem to be not moving at the moment. So a single, particularly on the leg side, easily available. Kimo Paul can bowl a good short delivery as well. All right, there's a change, as I expected.
This is when your captaincy skills come into play. In these sort of situations, understanding what is required. Skipper Imlak doing just that.
Still manages the single though. 2 runs from that Kimo Paul over 1, 31 for 9. Just confirmation from the other match that took place today, the Scorpions up against the Volcanoes. Another defeat for the Volcanoes. Scorpions winning by 19 runs. Another win for the Jamaica Scorpions this season. That's 2 wins for them. Double the amount they managed last time around. Another defeat for the Volcanoes. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar making the signal for the final power play. Now Smith continues, expect some strokes, attacking strokes. There is one, and it's in the gap. A good healthy blow from Jeremiah Louis.
That one was right in the arc, Badgery. Got exactly what it deserved. Jeremiah Louis just showing exactly what he needs to do. Puts it that one straight over. Long on boundary for 4.
So there is a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, sweep on the boundary, long off. No one cutting a single in front of the back leg side. Slower delivery. Expect Niall Smith to do that with regularity because the batter is all set to hit boundary. So he's only thinking 4 or 6. So a subtle change here or there can outfox him. Your fielders far and wide, and those who are in the circle are on the circle. Take a single if you want, is what they're saying to Jeremiah Louis. But he's not thinking single. Another good delivery.
And you will expect this from Niall Smith now. Change of pace is very important. Right now, Jeremiah Louis, as Badju said, is not thinking any single. Slower ball again. A little bit of leg cut with that one. Just releasing that one somewhat off his middle and ring finger is Niall Smith. This is good skills.
Hat-trick of slow balls, and 3 times he's been deceived. This is good from Niall Smith. Now, is Jeremiah Louis thinking slower delivery now? Look at that. Good skill, really good skill. Threw the shot way too early. So does he go 4 in succession, Keswick Williams? You were a master of the slower delivery. What is he thinking now? The bowler, that is.
Just a choice of words for me there, Badgie. Were, but still is, I would say.
Still am.
Again, but just following him this time. But this is really good work here from Niall Smith. Smart. The last delivery, the slow ball, you could see the effort that he put into it. So the release was perfect. And the pitch is helping as well.
Yeah, just looking to target the stumps. One delivery for Ocean Thomas to keep out. I'd like to see a slip for this delivery because you know that he's not going to try to score. Or even someone catching at silly mid-on. 136 for 9. Three wickets for the very experienced veteran Versamy Permaul. He's completed his allocation of 9. One bowler, remember, allowed to bowl 9 overs, others can bowl 8. Thorne with a wicket in his very first delivery, but expensive thereafter. It's Paul though to continue. Wide. You can see what he's trying to do, Kimo Paul, because he has so many fielders leg side on the boundary, and 4 of them looking to bowl that tight line. No fielder on the boundary offside apart from the deep third, so expect Jeremiah Louis to give himself some room leg side and target that area, or hit with the wind. Not much wind at the moment though. Good piece. That was signal a wide. I thought it was a good delivery. Good pacey delivery from Kimo Paul. How high was it?
I'm supporting the fast bowling here. A little bit harsh, I would say.
Yeah, and I can hear our colleague in the room next door just infuriated every time that type of delivery is called wide. Just a single. He takes the single. Ocean Thomas back on strike. No guesses for who my colleague is, who's infuriated with that short ball being called wide.
Don't really want to mention any names. I have to go back in the room next door.
Wait. Matthew, come, let's come right here.
Him like just changing the feel a bit, working with his experienced Kimo Paul. Still wondering what the plans are.
Yeah, in the end, this should be the end of the innings. 2 fielders converge. Kimo Savory, though, the one who completes the catch. Junior Sinclair on the ground. And seemed to be hurt that left thigh of his, but completes the catch importantly. Kimo Paul finishes things off. A disappointing dismissal from Ocean Thomas, knowing that his job was to really defend his wicket and give the strike over to Jeremiah Louis, unbeaten on 34. Yeah, that could have been much worse than it actually ended up. Lack of communication from the 2 fielders. Let's have a closer look at the delivery though. We can't tell from that angle. It seems to be very close, you know. We'll have to look at from the reverse angle. That looks really tight.
Looks very, very tight from here, Badji. Trying to find another angle here. Setting the top blade of the bat of Ocean Thomas, trying to go down the ground, but couldn't even get outside the 30-yard circle. Still have to wait.
Yeah, I don't want to be Christopher right now. And will he get it right? That's the question. It's a tough angle for him. How does he make that decision? Ocean Thomas, would you get that benefit or would you not? I think the decision is that it's a legal delivery, and so it's the end of the innings. The Happy Eagles have dismissed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for 139. Their bowlers, having won the toss and deciding to bowl first, have done a remarkable job. Bersami Permaul with a 3-wicket haul, couple wickets for 2 other bowlers, and Kimo Paul with the final one. So they will be the happier of the 2 teams. No wins yet this season, remember, for the Happy Eagles. And you would expect that this one would be their first if their batters are able to keep their cool. Confirmation then of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and how their innings went. It was an early dismissal for Mikael Louis, a rare failure for Justin Graves, and I use that word loosely given the fact that he made 27, top score of 36 from their captain Raheem Cornwall. Jeremiah Louis unbeaten on 34. A paltry 139, but runs on the board.
Looking at the Happy Eagles bowling here, Badri. They decided to bowl and they came out and showed that. Palmer picking up 3 for 24. And then Niall Smith and Ned 2 apiece. They really came out and showed the reason why they wanted to bowl. 139 all out for Leewards, but they have to come out and show the reason why they wanted to bowl first and come and bat in the second innings and do well to even get them over that line of winning their first game.
Yeah, even though there was a rain interruption and a truncated first innings, the Duckworth-Lewis Stern score remains the same though, given the situation of the game. So there's no adjustment. And the target then for the Guyana Happy Eagles, 140. We'll take a short break then. And on the other side, we'll have some analysis of that first innings. Do stay with us.
Excellence with the ball we saw from Guyana Harpy Eagles as we come to the innings break. Remember, this contest coming to you from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We had some rain earlier, so it's a truncated match, 41 overs per innings. And I have the pleasure of Shakira Selman, Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Of course, Hurricanes didn't bat as we have grown accustomed to seeing them in this tournament. They produced 28 in that power play one, and then struggled in that middle phase, Sir Curtly.
Quite frankly, it was a poor batting display. They never really got going. No significant partnership of any note. Couple of guys got into 20s, couple into 30s, but nobody carried on, which tells us they relied heavily on Justin Graves, who didn't get any today. And 139 is a paltry total.
Yeah, a lot of wickets falling in that middle phase, and then Harpy Eagles just finishing things off as they started power play 3. Shakira, let's speak firstly about Ashmead Ned, who opened the bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. How brilliant a spell was that?
No, he was excellent. He bowled the right pace on this surface, and he really kept the stumps in play. And what was important is that he got that opening wicket of Michael Louis, who was key for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And then he got Chesney Hughes that really brought the back of the Hurricanes.
Yeah, not uncommon to see teams open with a fast ball and spinner. And then when that breakthrough happened with those 2 wickets, of course, Versamy Pomal, Sir Curtly Ambrose, came to the fore with 3 wickets.
Highly experienced campaigner. He's been around for a long, long time, got the ball to spin a lot, which is unusual for him. And he really bowled well, outfoxed the batters, and got 3 deserved wickets. Hurricanes never recovered.
Well, he got the prize wickets of Justin Graves, who wasn't able to get another century, of course, 3 centuries in a row to him. Looking at the batting in particular, the partnership between Cornwall and Louis, was there an opportunity for that to sustain a little bit more?
Yeah, certainly. It was a really good partnership between the 2 batters. Cornwall, especially as captain, he really put the pressure, reverted the pressure on the Harpy Eagles bowlers, and he capitalized on any loose deliveries, particularly on the short ones. They ran well, they put pressure on the fielders, and then I thought that they should have gone on. Cornwall perhaps gave away his hand, just pushed one to the fielder along off. They could have gone on to perhaps 100-run partnership.
What they showed was great intent with their run scoring. They recognized that there was a crisis. Maybe we'll talk about Cornwall and his batting position some other time. He came in at number 7, but there is an opportunity for him to probably give himself a little promotion. Let's talk about that 30th over, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Niall Smith brought back and did the business for his team. He was on a hat-trick too.
He certainly did. I mean, there were 2 crucial wickets. You know, when Leeward were looking to cash in a little bit, got Cornwall out, caught that long off, and then, you know, 2nd wicket, and the hat-trick delivery was so close to that off stump, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, you've been a part of a few hat-tricks in your career, Shakira Selman, yourself. Anything differently that you should have been thinking for that hat-trick ball?
Yeah, he should have gone at the stumps. The follow-up deliveries were just outside the ball stump. He really needed to go at the stumps. That's all he needed, and he would have gone to that hat-trick for sure.
Yeah, so what's required now in this run chase from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Sir Curtly?
Well, they're still searching for a first win in this tournament. 140 to get isn't a big total, but we know how funny this game is. You know, so they had to start well. If they lay that platform in the opening stance without losing too many wickets, they should get over the line. But we have seen strange things happen in cricket.
Yeah, I'm sure Guyana Harpy Eagles wouldn't want to take this for granted because they're searching for their first win. So, Shakira Selman, Sir Curtly Ambrose, thank you very much for your thoughts and insights. Of course, we're waiting the second half of this match. On the other side of the break, we reflect a little bit on last year's final before live action coming your way once more.
We're all set then for the final. Hurricanes against Red Force. There can only be one winner. And we'll find out who it is very soon. Ball one, here we go. On the money straight away. Straight through him. Gabriel strikes and Powell goes.
And if ever there was a time to shine with ball in hand, now is the time for Shannon Gabriel. Struggled all tournament, but now he has an early wicket.
How about that for a response? Counter attack from Graves. Boundary. The timing immaculate from Carty. First boundary for him.
And he's gone. Few deliveries ago. No foot movement, just playing that shot outside of off stump, not getting close enough to the delivery, and Terrence Hines again, he's in the wickets.
Edge dropped. That's an absolute sitter. Oh, that's close, surely. Finger goes up this time. The off spinner does for Terrence Ward. Leeward Islands struggling here. Width and another drop. Tell you what, this has been a great start for Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, not the fielders. Akil Hossain. That's going to be out. It is. Disastrous start this by the Leeward Islands. Sunil Narayan's on song now. That's short, hit hard. One bounce for a welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands. Jamal Hamilton, not someone you want to bowl short to.
Oh yeah! Clean them up, straight through, and nothing shot really from Kofi James. Celebrations from Kari Pierre. Another wicket falls for the Hurricanes, and they slide into further trouble.
There's the sweep just over. Bravo. He was in the right line, but it was just over his head. 91 for 5. Through the gap. Very nice extra cover drive. Second boundary for Walsh.
He didn't even attempt to run.
There's a long way across. That is big. Sails onto the grass mound, and it's another 50 for Jamar Hamilton. While he's there, the Leeward Islands have hope.
Has it carried? Hines certainly thinks so. The finger goes up. And again, full and wide works for Terrence Hines, who's picked up some important wickets in this tournament. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Just sensing some bad weather coming, so the ground staff rather be safe than sorry. You know, we've had to deal with this quite a few times today. The rain showers, and Colin is off. Finger goes up. That's the wicket. Narayan removes the captain. And straight after the rain break, the Red Force have success. It goes straight up. This should be taken. Narayan takes it. And a valiant effort from Graves to come back when injured. Unfortunately, doesn't make much difference.
Gotta feel it for him, but you have to love the fact that he walked out and make an effort for his team. Couldn't really put enough bat onto that one, just taking the edge.
Maiden over to finish what will be the final time we'll see Sunil Narayan in list day cricket with ball in hand. 3 for 17 in 9 overs. 1, 2, 4 for 8, and what a servant to Trinidad and Tobago cricket he has been. Illustrious career comes to an end in terms of with ball in hand. Just look at those numbers. Average below 20, 6 for 9, best figures. Hasn't quite got it. It's clear again. And he takes it again. He is something else in the field, you know, Carey Pear, and that could be the most important wicket.
The celebration is out. And I love me some celebration from Terrence Hines. Wonderful catch. Carey Pear, you beauty.
It's well played from Thomas.
Up. Keeper.
Oh, confusion, big confusion. That is not good for a last wicket stand. And it really sums up the day for the Hurricanes. But a clinical performance by the Red Force to wrap up the Leeward Islands for just 135 runs. And do you think they'll start favourites in that second innings to win what would be a 14th Super 50 title?
Just like that, pulls that away very confidently and authoritatively. First boundary for the Silver and Red Force, and much to their enjoyment.
Short and wide, carved over gully. It's going to pitch and just get to the boundary. Josh De Silva. That's a big shot over the offside. He hasn't got all of it. It's going to plug. It's going to get even more wet, that ball. Otley picks up 2. How is that one? It is out. They have the breakthrough. Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kofi James gives us the aeroplane. That's a fantastic strike. That's gone a long way. Almost into the crowd.
Speaking of boundaries, you only see this shot from a man in form. As easy as it looks.
That's the wicket. Just short, and it may have just held up in the surface. Hayden Walsh, first over, gets reward for Alzari Joseph and the Leewards. Straight away, what a shot from Nicholas Pooran, and what enjoyment for the fans to celebrate.
And it immediately paid dividends. It looks to be another boundary.
Yeah, gets to the boundary, beats the man, despairing dive. Clean up, what a delivery. He's not entirely sure, Darren Bravo. Just wants confirmation.
Yeah, he is bowled down. Darren Bravo cannot believe it.
Huge shot, that's close, not close enough. Umpire Duguid isn't convinced. Nelson for 3 after 21. Clipped away. Strain in line on the pads of Jason Mohammed, and that's food and drink for him. Too easy. Over the top, deliberate, will challenge the boundary. Yeah, just dribbles into it now. Flicked away. That is vintage Nicholas Pooran. He's played this shot so often, uses the pace of Alzari Joseph, and they're on their feet.
Yeah, the shot he plays so often when he's in form, Nicholas Pooran. It's the first time we've seen it this season. But just look at that. He just helps it over the leg side boundary.
And again, all the way for 6. Nicholas Pooran is on fire. Alzari Joseph is being taken down. And just look at what it means to them. They're excited. She's enjoying it. And that's it. The exclamation mark on this contest. Another Nicholas Pooran 6. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force They claim their 14th Super 50 title, winning this one quite handsomely by 7 wickets, claiming the top prize, $100,000 US. It has been domination from this team, unbeaten throughout the season, and not for the first time. Their captain Darren Bravo registers his 6th Super 50 title, the most of any player, and it's the 4th title in 9 seasons for the Red Force. They have been in sublime form. Look at the smiles, celebrations all around. You must feel for Zari Joseph and his men, though. They fought valiantly throughout the season. They've been one of the leading teams in terms of bonus points, in terms of their style of play, but just wasn't to be tonight.
One innings down and one to go right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward Islands Hurricanes asked to bat first and never truly answered the questions. Runs for Graves, not as many as he had in previous innings. 36 for the captain, Cornwall. He had a bit of help from Jeremiah Louis down in the bottom. Harper Eagles, though, they'll be smiling all the way back to the pavilion at the first half of things. Economy rate's good for all, barring Isaiah Thorne there, but wickets for Smith, Ned, Pramal, chief wicket taker with 3. Then 1 apiece for Thorne and Paul. So 139 is all the Hurricanes could muster, which means that the target That winning total for the Guyana Harpy Eagles is 140 in 41 overs. Potentially and possibly the easiest target that they've had thus far. And it's a chance for them to put points on the board in terms of the winning column, because they have points on the board from the bonus points, Guyana Harpy Eagles, but yet to win a match just yet. Shakira Selman next to me. Shakira, going into the halfway stage, obviously the Hurricanes will be slightly disappointed. What do they need to do to, I guess, drag themselves back into this contest?
Yeah, it'll be simple. They have to take early wickets. They have to take wickets throughout the innings. You would think that they're not going to be able to defend this score. There's no way Harpy Eagles are going to bat the full 41 overs and not get to 140. So you have to get wickets. They will want to take this man on screen, Matthew Nandu and Tejnarain Chanapal, and ask the middle order to have to come and face the ball whilst it's still swinging.
Well, early wicket certainly is the conversation for them, and runs is what the Harpy Eagles will be after. There are questions surrounding the strike rates of the Harpy Eagles, but thankfully for them in this one, it's not a question of big hitting for them. This young man, Matthew Nandu, he's done some big hitting a little earlier in this tournament. There are a few century makers, and he is one of them. That game rain affected. He'll be hoping to bring some of that form that he had across to here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. His partner carries a bit more experience. He certainly would have been in a few situations like this, Tejnarain Chanapal. They've done well at the top for the Harpy Eagles across several formats. Today's challenge, though, is the big man. They call him the up-top boss. It is O'Shane Thomas. Brings a bit of pace factor behind him as well. We saw movement in the first innings. Will we see movement here as well for O'Shane Thomas with the ball? He's picked up 6 wickets so far in the competition, O'Shane Thomas. He's been economical as well. Can he pick up early wickets here? It's time for the second innings to begin. We were talking about movement, but we get some bounce out of the surface there from O'Shane Thomas. Quite a strong, strapping lad in that upper body.
Just back of a length and raising sharply at Tejnarain Chanapal. Well negotiated though. Interesting, they've gone to O'Shane Thomas to bowl the first over as opposed to Jeremiah Louis bowled the first over last game.
I think it speaks maybe to the aggression that's required from them at the top. You're going to get that from O'Shane Thomas. He is a bowler that hunts for wickets, will come at you. That additional pace factor as well could prove to be a surprise for the likes of Tejnarain Chanapal. Occasionally we've seen him getting to a couple tangles off of the short delivery. So we'll be looking at that as a possible factor to taking an early wicket here. Talking about that pace factor, there's a man, a deep backward point on the boundary. Oh, that's wide and wider from O'Shane Thomas. Oh, he's lucky only that they're going to count it as 5 runs. Should have possibly been 10 with how wide that was.
Yeah, wiping his fingers, no, perhaps slipped out of the hands. But that was well wide.
Yeah, just looking to see if that ball bounced off of the pitch. It looks good there. So just 5, gets away with 5, given how wide that was. The Harpy Eagles are come up and running now. A bit of confusion at first in the running, but in the end, they get through for one.
Yeah, just punched through the offside. Good bit of fielding by Javier Spencer. Diving to his weaker side. In fact, it was Kareem Agor. Got there quite comfortably in the end. But that's the type of intensity the Hurricanes will need in the field. They will need the fielders to support the bowlers. Save as many runs as possible. Lots of energy.
Or had he left that, could have been a wide. Just wanting to get back onto it, Matthew Nandu, and you see that from a couple batters, you know, very early in the innings, just looking to get a piece of bat on it, looking to get that first run. Yeah, had to stretch and reach for that one. Just looking at the hand as well, O'Shane Thomas, so I'm not sure if he's able to just hold that ball how you would like to at the moment.
Yeah, he is perspiring quite a bit, O'Shane Thomas. It is quite humid out there under the lights as well. So you can understand why the ball is slipping out of his hands.
I think the run-up might also be a factor for him at the moment. Just slipping when he goes to plant that front leg. So sliding through, unable to get that base he'd be looking for because of that. Just throw a bit of sawdust is there to dry things up just a bit, rough up that surface. Yeah, hopefully it provides a better landing for O'Shane Thomas. Of course, beyond just the factor that it will be a bit uncomfortable for him, there's also that injury factor that comes in as well for a fast bowler when your foot is sliding like that. Sure, you, given the amount of overs that you have bowled, Shakir Salman as one of the quickest in the Caribbean, could provide some insight on that.
Yeah, you're making jokes now, Joel. That was a spinner with a run up.
Sure, if we look at the stats, they would say right arm fast and medium, Shakir Salman.
Yeah, we know how often Google or Cricket Info gets it wrong. Probably managed to bowl 1 or 2 bouncers in my career. Yeah, looks a lot more stable there. Sawdust doing its job.
A bit of movement away from O'Shane Thomas to end. Over number 1, 6 without loss. The extras there, that wide from O'Shane Thomas. And the question was, would they start with spin in similar fashion to the Harpy Eagles? And that is now confirmed. The captain has ball in hand, Rakeem Cornwall. And if he's able to extract the type of movement, the type of turn that we saw a little earlier from the likes of Ned, Pramal, it could be a very challenging time here for the Harpy Eagles. We'll get a bit of shape as well, given that it's that new ball.
I'm happy with this decision, though. Very happy to see the off spinner coming to the two left-handed batters.
Okay.
Yeah, and during other games, we spoke extensively about teams learning from the opponents and what worked for the opponents. We saw Ashmi Ned whip the new ball, extract a fair amount of turn, and get 2 early wickets.
Oh, pull him!
That ball will naturally drift back in to the left-hander. And that's what brought about the dismissal when we thought a little earlier with the Mikel Louis was playing for one that would turn away. So that's the conversation now for Tajan Shandapol. Which balls does he choose to play at?
Yours, Specs. Lovely.
Which does he leave?
Come here, Jim. Come here, Jim.
Given the fact that Cornwall will look to spin it away from him. But quite a few will be coming back in on that angle, looking to get that ball in between bat and pad, looking to get that LBW decision as well.
Oh! Jim. Keep rocking, Jim. I think the plan is to block out your 9 here, Jim.
Yeah, he's challenging both sides of the bat, isn't he?
Oh!
And there's what I'm talking about, looking to sneak it through between bat and pad. Raheem Cornwall, the inside edge of the bat on that occasion, saving Tajan Shandapol. It's going to be a very interesting contest.
Oh!
That one wide and a bit of turn. 2 gone, made it over, 6 without loss. Going to be Thomas to continue. Well, they started with 1 slip. They've now got 2 in play. And it's because of the reason that we're seeing here now. He was just playing away from the body with that ball going on the angle away from him, thinking that maybe they can get him down in that slip cordon. Yeah, still looking for bat on ball. Is Matthew Nandu. He's really playing away from his body at the moment. Doesn't have that base. Yeah, he's flirting with danger at the moment. The edge found her, but it's disappeared towards the boundary. Nearly, almost, but not.
I'll tell you what, I just looked at the field and I was wondering why not a deep third with the ball moving like that. Yeah, no chance for Justin Graves at second slip. But with the ball just swinging away from Nandu and him just pushing the hands at it, continues to just let the hands follow that ball. I think it's worth bringing in that fielder from deep backwards square and sending a deep third.
And now putting in that 3rd slip. Could it be 1 ball too late? This time worked off the hips. Just getting that 1. And just look at the positioning of Nandu at the moment. That's the one he missed. Back going away from the body. And then the one at the edge, back going away as well, but body going in the opposite direction. Also, so could never be in control of that shot, Matthew Nandu. More often than not, it will produce a wicket. 2 is the call here. And get it quite comfortably. Case of Nandu probably better served either leaving those or possibly going with that full-blooded cut before it. Yeah, they almost thought they had him here. The plan almost came together for them because you just knew the way he was flashing at that ball, more than likely it would have taken the edge. Nandu survives, but will he learn the lesson is the question.
Third slip goes to sharp mid wicket for Shanapol.
Shanapol probably showing the example of what could be done with that ball angling across. The 2 slips there, better off just leaving it alone.
He is the one with the test experience, Shanapol. More experience of the 2 batters. And I'm sure he'll be talking to Nandu and telling him there's no need to chase those wider deliveries.
Goes up and taken. Thomas gets that early wicket that they needed.
Yeah, short and wide, but catching practice for Karima Gore just in front of the point. Yeah, he'll be disappointed, Tajan Shanapol. Should have done a lot better. Should have dispatched that to the point boundary. Shanapol goes for 3. Hurricanes, they draw early blood, 13 for 1.
That's the ball on the fourth wicket. The Guyana Happy Eagles. Adrian Shanapol for Karimako. Bowler is Thomas for 3. 13 for 1. Incoming batsman, skipper 7, Imla.
Possibly at the crease a little earlier, and then he wanted to be the skipper, Tevin Imlak. He's played some interesting innings thus far in this year's Super 50. He's going to have some work cut out for him here now. It's just so interesting, Shakira. We're talking about playing away from the body, possibly leaving those wider, shorter ones. Well, 2 slips in play now for Cornwall as he bowls to Matthew Nandu. They're hunting now at the Hurricanes. Sliding down the leg side and gets that single.
Yeah, I wouldn't say this is a delivery he needed to leave. It was short, it was wide. He has so much time and ended up hitting it way too far in front, perhaps too early. Could have played it later. Hit it to that fielder at deep backward point. So a clear disappointment.
It just looked a little cramped as well for room in terms of how he played that one. Shanapol, if he was looking to force it a bit more in terms of it being a flowing back foot shot. The fact that he was up on those toes as well meant he wouldn't have necessarily gotten as much control as he wanted in terms of the placement either. But what it is success for the Hurricanes early. And that's what they need to make early inroads into this Guyana setup. A franchise that are yet to put a W on the board. They pick up early wickets. Maybe a bit of doubt might flow into the camp. They can build pressure. What is possible? There's a leg slip in waiting. Oh! Just always knew. If Ned was turning it, if Pramod was turning it, that Rakeem Cornwall would be a handful on this surface.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, certainly, because they don't only have to contend with the turn he's going to extract, but also the bounce. Remember, he has a very high release point. Gets the ball to bounce. Tall fellow, Raheem Cornwall.
No!
Yeah, where that was played just now, I was just going to wonder, hey, you don't see it too often in limited overs cricket, but I do know of a few captains who just work with that. You know what? Get a man with a helmet on. Let's get somebody at short leg. I think maybe. Oh, in fact, maybe they heard me, Shakira. They're calling for that helmet now, but yeah, just to see very early on when the hands are, you know, not flowing nicely. You're just pushing and prodding because you're uncertain of what will be coming down. Just look for that chance. I'm happy to see that they're going to do it before one pops into the air there as well. You need to be proactive in situations like these, always looking for that wicket. Well, they were calling for that helmet, but I've not seen it coming out just yet.
Just hope it's not in the dressing room.
Well, it's all happening here. You're looking for it at short leg and it's heading towards gully. Just gets himself into a tangle there, Imlak, but gets 3. Just squares him up on that occasion.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you just hope the helmet isn't in the dressing room and then they pop one up to that short leg position. Not playing for turn on that occasion. This time it goes on with the arm. There's always a challenge of facing a spinner with the new ball.
Oh,
Negotiates that one. 4 gone, 18 for 1. Oh. There's the helmet, Shakira. It took a little while in coming. And now he's got a turn back. Oh. Go back inside, buddy. Go back inside.
2 balls too late.
There's the helmet, Shakira, and a bit of protection on the inside as well. They need both of those, certainly. Don't want any mishaps out there. A lot of young guys. He's picked up a wicket already, O'Shane Thomas, and looking for more. We're showing all the helmets on the field. I like the fact that they've also continued to go with those 2 slips as well to the right-handed batter. Short and rising. Well negotiated as well by Imlak.
Yeah, O'Shane Thomas is quick, but the pitch still isn't fast enough for it to really bother you. You still have time to get into position early. Tevin Imlak did that well. He did very the bounce on that occasion. Used the wrist to turn it into the onside.
In behind it nicely is Nandu. Probably looking a little more compact now that he spent a little time at the crease. When he first came to the crease, that first and second over from Thomas, you saw him just reaching for it, hoping to get a bit of bat onto it. This time, no, very compact in how he's played that one. Hands close to the body, allowing that ball to come to him instead of reaching for it. That man's going to come into the conversation a little later, Daniel Durham. That is lovely from Nandu, and that has gone all the way. Where has that come from? That is glorious from the young man.
Yeah, saying to O'Shane Thomas, don't come full. First time he's gone full to Matthew Nandu, and he's made the most of that. Let's look at this. Up and over extra cover. All the way for the first maximum for the Harpy Eagles. Well played, Nandu.
Honestly, very brilliant shot from him. You don't really know him for too many sixes, Nandu, but it takes me back to that innings, that 100 that he played a couple days ago. Quite a few sixes in that. Seems to be in the mood tonight, Nandu.
And even better batting. He's got on the boundary and then he's got an off straight. It's a really good batsmanship by Matthew Nandu.
And that 100 versus TCC. He had 5 sixes in that one. It was 116 from 103 deliveries. Matthew Nandu. I know saying that somebody might be saying, wow, because they know him as that runner ball player, that along the ground player. But he really expressed himself in that one, that match played at the UE campus.
And you want to see that confidence oozing into other games further into this tournament. You do hope that we will see that strike rate continue to increase from Nandu.
Yeah, coming into this one, strike rate certainly was a conversation for them, because I believe there's just one player, one batter, who had a strike rate of over 100, that being Kimo Paul. Runs in the over, 26 for 1.
After 5 overs, the Harpy Eagles are 26 for 1.
He stands a cross-country mile in front of the rest. Justin Graves, 401 runs he's amassed thus far. Matthew Nandu, he's got 176, and he can add to that, especially if he continues to play the shots that he played just now. Previous over. He's got a spin to contend with, though, from Cornwall. Just teasing him, just tempting him with that slower wide one.
Averaging above 50 so far this season.
You did it!
We'll continue to add to that average with shots like that.
A couple balls ago, he delighted us with this one out of the blue. We didn't see this one coming, but probably he did. He set himself quite nicely, just fractionally overpitched on that occasion from Thomas. You're seeing that intent from Nandu. That's what you want to see, because as we get through the tournament, you want to see players being able to capitalize on the different phases that we've been talking about in terms of those points. So Harpy Eagles knew that they needed, in the first power play phase, just up the ante a bit. And it seems as if Matthew Nandu is the man to do it. And now that helmet is there. Kareem Agor is the man to go under it. An unconventional way to put the ball's guard on. He stored it in the gap. Let's just hope it holds there. He evades the man at the leg slip on that occasion.
I don't mind that, Jim. Come in, Connie.
I'm just looking out for everybody's safety here.
Oh!
That one just held its line. The skills of Cornwall. Just don't know which one will hold its line, slightly go away, which one turns and comes back into you, which one just grabs a bit of extra bounce. It's all happening here. 5 runs in the over, 31 for 1. Things pretty similar there after 6 overs. Don't forget the first 8 constitute the power play in this rain-affected game. 41 overs is what we have. The first 8 are the power play, phase number 1. And thus far, the Harpy Eagles, barring that wicket, can be relatively happy with what they've done in phase number 1. Beats that outside edge, and it's interesting now because they have the 2 slips instead of 3 and have opted each to take a step to their left as well, so they're going to cover maybe a gap or 2 in the field, but still looking for that edge. So he started a conventional first slip. Raheem Cornwall now gone to 1.5 maybe, and the man that was at second slip now goes to 2.5, closer to 3.
And the trick about that is to always remember just how far apart you are. So you know if you need to dive or if it's going directly to the fielder beside you.
Uppish for a bit. Maybe thought they were in the conversation again with another one for Thomas.
Yeah, just look how far he reaches for that, and I'm playing it on the move as well. Quite the opposite of what we saw when he struck that 6. He had a good firm base when he struck that one. This one just needed to let it come to him a bit more.
Well, a bit of a misfield allows them to get this single. Will be a little disappointed with the effort there. Could have kept Nandu on strike for just a bit longer because that pressure was beginning to build. You saw Nandu looking to up the ante. He's looking a lot busier here at the start, and that dot ball just added a bit more pressure. Instead, it brings the right-handed Imlat onto strike. So now an adjustment now for Thomas as well in terms of the line that he's bowling. One beats the outside edge, one beats the inside edge. Smiles from Nandu. Just maybe a bit of luck on his side on that occasion. Having to pull back that shot because he realized once again he's just playing away from the body. Just gets away with it. An interesting over comes to an end. 3-3 for one.
$33 for one. Quite interesting to see Matthew Nandu, after facing O'Shane Thomas, sending his helmet off, batting without the helmet for the spin of Cornwall. You don't often see this in cricket. Not quite sure it's because of the way he sights the ball with and without the helmet. But generally speaking, you expect an opening batter to bat a spinner with a helmet on too. He's had the 12-man quite busy.
Oh, bowling.
Shane Thomas comes on. He gets the helmet, puts it on, faces the pace, and then helmet off. Secretly Ambrose alongside me. Quite uncommon though.
Oh!
Well, we've seen just about everything in modern day cricket and modern day cricketers. I believe that you should always protect yourself because you never know.
Oh.
Well, nowadays in international cricket, in all competitive cricket, time is so important. There is that haste to get your overs through.
Oh,
But from a self-preservation perspective, you want to see batters with their helmets on. Even if you're playing the slow bowlers.
Oh.
Trying to show his hairstyle a little bit more with the helmet off.
Oh, bowling, Jim.
Steady start by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just the 1 wicket lost. Out of Tejuman Shanjapal.
We'll talk a little bit about Tejaran Chandapal in the coming overs. Secretly Ambrose.
Oh!
34 for one. End of that first power play. Again, it's a 41 over per innings match. And the Harp Eagles needed 48 for 1 if they had to secure a batting point. There's the helmet coming on for Matthew Nandu, as we've seen from the start of the innings.
There's a bowling change, left arm over team.
Quite a delay before we see the first delivery from Spencer. Another seam option being used now by the Hurricanes, the left arm seamer. Here he goes. You know, one man that will be fuming all now after the dismissal of Tejnarayan Chandapal, that's Shivnarayan Chandapal. Never misses a match when his son is playing. But as we reflect on his dismissal, a few technical things you have to notice about his play. That left shoulder gets very square on the ball, and because of that, the bat comes from very wide, maybe more gully, which limits his access and his ability to score through that offside. Gets across, gets deep into his crease. He gets a little too square, which denies him the room to play shots like this one. Tried to punch the ball from so high as against trying to cut the ball, maybe uppercut it on that occasion. Some may say execution, some may say a little technical deficiency that he has in his game that limits his offside play. We take a closer look at Tevin Imlach, the way he is positioned in his stance when he makes contact with the ball. You very rarely see that right shoulder doesn't get square on the ball, which allows the bat to come down from relatively straight, gives him the option of staying beside the ball to cut the ball. Yeah, back lift high, stays side on, doesn't get too square. Two different techniques. Matthew Nandu, very similar. Remains pretty much side on in his position. I'm not saying that's going to automatically produce runs. Every player has his or her idiosyncrasies. Again, you want to make sure that technically, as you go deeper into your career and you graduate to the highest level of the game, that you're competent enough to score runs against high-quality bowlers and score runs through the offside and the onside. You don't want to limit yourself to scoring in one side of the ground. Pulled firmly. Doesn't have the strength to go into the boundary line. So Sir Kirtley Ambrose, putting on your coaching hat, what will your advice be to young Tejnarayan Chandapal?
Let's have a look at where his back foot is. Look at that. Outside of off stump, DG Ganga. So he kind of chokes himself a little bit. So he can't get that room to play the cut shot properly. So that is something he needs to make an adjustment. So that's one of the things he's got to pay attention to.
That position gives him a position of strength to play onside, but you also want to be able to score through the offside, so you need to stand more beside the ball, not get so far across the stumps. That back foot was more middle stump. Tejaran Chandapol would have had more room to execute that shot square of the wicket, whether with a vertical bat or a horizontal bat. And I guess oftentimes for a young player who has dominated the age group levels and who has arrived at this level, they rely on what they've used in their formative years to continue run scoring. But there comes a point in time where you need to refine your technique so that you can deal with the challenges at the highest level. He's dominated already in Test match cricket, has a double 100, has great concentration powers. 39 for 1. Wicket of Tejaran Chandapol, the only one to fall for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in pursuit of 140. Bowling was exceptional. They shut out the Hurricanes for 139. 7 wickets in power play 2. Extremely well in that area. Daniel Durham with the ball.
Good numbers so far in his short career to date. Joaquin Cornwell on screen, the skipper. Taking wickets is key to winning this game. It's going to be very difficult to contain the Harpy Eagles for 41 overs. They need to take some wickets, get into the middle order.
Catch him there, Tapper.
A little bit of turn, Daniel Durham. Cornwall will expect that he will create a few wicket-taking opportunities. More deliveries to the right-hander, who may struggle a little bit more than the lefty. And so Kirtley and viewers, forgive me for focusing heavily on Tejaran Chandapol because I feel he's a wonderful talent. He's got pedigree. Son of Shivnarine Chandapol. Scored a Test match half century on debut against Australia in Perth. Scored a double 100 against Zimbabwe in a Test match in Bulawayo when the West Indies won. And beyond those early impressions, just struggled a bit in first-class cricket at the start of this tournament. 49 in the first game against the Volcanoes, a workman-like 49. But bottom edge beats first slip, and that's 4.
No fault of the bowler, Durham. seemed to have hit the bottom edge of the bat. Raheem Cornwall at first slip was already standing up straight. DG Ganga should have been crouching. Went through his legs, had no chance. Had he been down, probably would have stopped it. Came up way too soon.
That's in the gap, and that's 4 more. So, couple boundaries in the over. 47 for 1.
After 10 overs, the Happy Eagles are 47 for 1. Another batsman, Matthew Nandu, 19, 7 Imla, 16.
One bowler can bowl 9 overs, 4 can bowl a maximum of 8. Those are the restrictions that Raheem Cornwall have. Just 41 overs per innings. Of course, this game shortened because of inclement weather.
Decent partnership building at the moment. 34 it is from 45 deliveries. Wide call. That was the last ball of the previous over. Slapped away in front of point by Imlak, the skipper. They're motoring along quite nicely. Wickets are going to be crucial if the Hurricanes want to get over the line.
Yeah, my last point I'd like to make about Adrian Chandimal, I must say I was a little bit surprised he wasn't selected in the test squad to play against South Africa, because I feel a player that has shown his type of effort and performance at the start of his test career has to be invested in. And we've seen technical deficiencies in his game, so the right thing to do is to provide the right coaching stock to refine his technique, to get him back on track. So I felt there was an opportunity for Andre Coley, Jimmy Adams, to spend some time with him during that series to work on those deficiencies. Again, it's not only when he jumps to the international level, but back in Guyana, he's got very good support in the chairman of selectors, Ramnarit Sawan, who is quite capable of imparting knowledge. His father, Shivnarayan Chandimal. So there needs to be an added focus on Tejnarayan Chandimal to refine his technique and to resolve a few of the challenges that he's facing technically. Of course, without taking his confidence lower, making him insecure in a side by virtue of his below par performances with the bat, because to me it's correlated to that deficiency in technique.
Well, trying to hit that one, probably back to Port of Spain, Matthew Nandu.
You know, know where your headspace is at, Sir Kirkley. You're thinking about your hotel. 4 dots after that early wide. Nicely worked off the legs. .50 comes up for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
Into over number 11. And already 46 deliveries. Dot balls, I beg your pardon. Still a lot. That has been a big problem in West Indies cricket. 11 overs gone, 51 for 1. And at this time, we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Guyana Harp Eagles up against the Hurricanes. This is where things presently stand. The Hurricanes got to 139. They were dismissed in 34.2. A truncated affair. It's a 41 overs a side contest. The Harp Eagles in a very good position, 51 for 1. Nandu and Imlak in a partnership of 38 at the moment. Let's reflect then on the first innings and the wickets that fell. The spin was dominant up front. Mikael Louis bowl all ends up by Ned, and he followed up with another. Chesney Hughes at that time, and then Versami Pumal got the man of the moment, Justin Graves, and then Karima Gore followed soon thereafter. More of Pumal. Really wonderful delivery. The first wicket for the Pacers, first delivery from Thorne when he castled another Leeward Islands Hurricanes batter. And that is the story then of the Hurricanes batting effort. Wickets up front quite early. They were in a lot of trouble. On the back end, they got a little bit of a partnership that got them to 139, which you feel will not be enough in this contest. The Happy Eagles, they lost Chandapal quite early for 3, but this partnership is looking quite solid and compact. Wicket falling to Ocean Thomas. 4 bowlers used in totality. any success from the others. At the risk of stating the obvious, the Hurricanes will need to get a lot of wickets quickly to get back in this contest. Just think that the only way they can win this game is if they bowl the Harpy Eagles out, which looks unlikely, but it's a funny old game. Just about to resume the innings then, and we know what water breaks can sometimes do, lapse in concentration from the batters. How often have we seen wickets falling straight after a break? And so the messages for the young batters coming through, or all of the batters really, is just to regain that concentration and composure after the break. Get yourself going again. Nandu on strike. Some bounce certainly from Durham down the leg side, so he'll have to reload that one. Shakira Selman alongside me. No slip, no silly mid-on, no one catching in front of the bat. Where would this wicket come from then?
Cornwall. Yeah, not very aggressive feel. You would expect to see a slip, a back pad maybe, some type of perceived pressure. Certainly looks as though they're hoping for one of the Harpy Eagle batters to make a mistake.
Yeah, that's something that we see quite a lot in regional cricket. The bowlers just set a defensive feel and hope for a mistake as opposed to creating the chances. For the right-hander Imlach, there is the slip. Maybe someone else in front of the bat, close and catching, as you mentioned, to give them an element or perception of pressure.
Oh, Danny.
I really like the setup of Imlach though. Seemed to be very composed. A couple half centuries for him this tournament so far. Jamal Hamilton just having a few giggles at the back. Saw him in the first game, Imlach that is, very busy. He was looking to rotate the strike as much as possible, and he seemed quite purposeful today because of the target score. He's afforded the opportunity to take his time, but just the way he's able to articulate at the toss interview, post-match interview, he's matured quite a lot since the last time I've spoken to him and seen him in the air. Yeah. Two fielders out in the deep there for the left-hander.
A little short on that occasion by Daniel Durham. Surprisingly, just one run. Four runs from the 12th. Harpy Eagles 55 for 1.
$85 from 29 overs. Not a difficult proposition at all for the Harpy Eagles. Change in bowling from the southern end. Raheem Cornwall back into the attack.
boys.
See Jamar Hamilton just making a few changes to the field. Hawks would like to see that fielder coming to mid-on. Yeah, that's too easy to stop that. That's way too easy.
Come boys, come boys, come boys. Flow.
Matthew Nandu already registering a century in this year's tournament. One of 3 Centurions to date. Another youngster, Kevin Wickham, out of Barbados, achieving that feat. So it's nice to see the young West Indians having that type of impact. Both of them represented the West Indies under 19 recently. That 2022 tournament played here.
Ball in, Jim.
Nandu scored a century against PNG on that occasion.
Ball in, Jim.
And so for all of the young players looking on, this is what you want to see from the youngsters. A conversation, captain just perhaps reminding him about something or the other. But you want to see the young players converting starts into triple figures, making it a habit of scoring centuries. I don't think we've seen enough listed centuries from our West Indian batters. Teasing from Cornwall. A couple of runs off that over, 57 for 1. You look at that yellow worm and the yellow blobs throughout the course of the innings that stymied any sort of progress. Durham continues.
Coming, Danny. No.
Just a reminder of the other game played today. The Jamaica Scorpions registered their second win of the tournament, defeating the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 19 runs. Another game affected by rain. Makino Minley picking up 4 wickets there.
No.
Big single, needed a direct hit. It went to the fielder, Chesley Hughes, quite quickly. He needed to pick up and then effect a direct hit. Was able to do neither. Couldn't pick it up on time.
Yeah, call for the run quite early, Tevin Imlap. He put pressure on that fielder.
Come, Danny.
Taking his eyes off it at the last moment, Chesley Hughes.
Yo, Danny. Lovely.
Scorpions, by virtue of that win, have moved to number 4 on the points table. Once this one is over, we'll have a better reflection of where the table is at. But because of that bonus point system, good running again. Tevin Imlach is quite quick between the wickets. Yeah, because of that bonus points system, Shakira, you can't really discount any of the other teams because there are so many points up for grabs. We'll have a look at this run-out opportunity. No one out in the middle seems to be too excited, but just to make assurance doubly sure. Yeah, direct hit, but comfortably inside. You can kind of understand why the umpire wants to make sure you see him there in the background. He's not in line with the crease because of the cameras. He doesn't want to block the view. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar out of Trinidad and Tobago.
No.
$59 for 1. Yeah, that's Lyndon Rajkumar. He's quite a fitness fanatic. Very involved in the gym, involved in 5Ks, lots of races, road races. Takes his fitness quite seriously. And it's nice to see the younger umpires as well. We talk about players, the younger umpires coming through the system. Christopher Taylor out of Jamaica, the other umpire.
Yay!
Again, that probing line and length and pace from Rakeem Cornwall.
Just thinking about the field, Badri. If they can get a catcher in front of the bat in his eye line, perhaps he wouldn't be so willing to prod forward. This partnership is slowly taking the game away from the Hurricanes. So they really need to find a way to penetrate.
Come, Jim. No.
Yeah, but wicketkeeper Jamal Hamilton rather just urging his team on. And you can hear him on the stump mic. This one is very well placed and timed for 4. The first boundary in some 27 deliveries. And brings up the 50 partnership as well.
Yeah, so they built up some type of pressure, but pressure released completely with a low full toss by Rakeem Cornwall. Nicely stroked all along the ground by Imlach. Seems well in control. A confirmation of the contributions in this partnership. Nandu and Imlach. No doubt both of them would want to be there at the very end. That's something that batters always pride themselves on. There's a little, I don't want to say wager because we're not allowed to bet, but a little contest amongst the commentators across in the other room as to when this game would be over. How many overs before this one is completed? And I can tell you our statistician has given the fewest number of overs for this game to be completed. He suggested somewhere around the 26 over mark. It's a suggestion. Let's see how quickly the Guyana Happy Eagles can wrap this up, or if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes can get a victory. 64 for 1.
Come in, Danny. Come, boys. Come, Danny.
Head-to-head between these two teams. You can see the dominance of the Guyana Happy Eagles. Hurricanes haven't won since 2010. Altogether too easy at the moment. They need to find a way to get a wicket. But it's just easy going at the moment for the Happy Eagles batters. Good placement again from Imlach. He's now finding his rhythm and his range. A couple boundaries in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, this time short and wide from Daniel Durham. Seems to be really struggling with his length today. Yeah, cut away behind point for another boundary.
Come down in.
Just wonder if we're going to see a bowling change soon. Perhaps another pacer. Maybe that man who just fielded the ball, Kofi James. They have to try something different.
Coming, Danny.
Well, we haven't seen Jeremiah Louis just yet. He's one who's usually given the new ball for this Hurricanes lineup. But they seem unperturbed, the batters at the moment. They found the measure of the spinners and wickets. That's the currency that the Hurricanes will be dealing in. Yeah, Jeremiah Louis not in action with the ball just yet.
Oh, that's you right there, man. Come on,
And you can hear Jama Hamilton saying that's the area that you want to be consistently. That line, that length.
Oh!
And again, this time he's able to maneuver the ball for a single, 70 for 1. Yeah, as you suggested, Shakira and Kofi James for the first time tonight into the attack. Usually bowls quite flat into the surface. 7 fielders in the inner circle. So just the long on and deep backward square as fielders on the boundary against the very well set Imlach. So this is good from the Hurricanes. Still finds the gap and rotates the strike.
Yeah, so even better from Imlach. Really is in control of this innings. 29 from 42 now, but he's making it look so easy. Really measured innings so far.
Yeah, they need a few dot deliveries to build some pressure, and then perhaps look to see if an unforced error is made. So what he's done is that he's brought in a number of his fielders. So if he wants to score, has to play a big shot. There is a single available at short mid wicket, but that's against the perceived turn. A little bit of a misfield. Nandu wasn't switched on. Imlak wanted the single, perhaps. In the end, it worked out well because the ball wasn't too far away from the fielder. Nandu played the shot, missed out on a boundary perhaps, and then he was miffed with himself and was looking in the opposite direction.
Yes.
Kofi James plays for Liberta Sports Club in Antigua along with Rakim Cornwall, so two good friends. 71 for 1.
Let go, fella. Let go. Be done. Be done. Stay right.
Yeah, that graphic there shows the dominance of the Guyana Happy Eagles. 58 for 5 at a similar stage. Jamal Hamilton doing the directing at the moment, trying to cut the angles down. But if he's bowling that tight line, which we saw from him in the last over, perhaps another fielder, square leg, to cut that easy single.
Boys. Guy Danny.
Drop that. Now that is inexplicable from Durham. That was as easy as it gets as a return catch. Really should have been taken.
Yeah, basically a synopsis of their efforts so far today, the Hurricanes. There's no reason why he shouldn't have taken that straight through the hands and through the legs. Nandu survives.
Yes, indeed, an epitome of the way their day has gone. A simple return catch goes a begging. Nandu gets the reprieve. Tall man, big hands. How did he do that?
I'm certain if Amir Jangu is watching this game, he's livid with Daniel Durham and wondering why he couldn't drop him when he was on 96.
A really good memory there, Shakira. Return catch, Durham on that occasion against the Red Force. That was too easy. No one to blame but yourself. All games played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, day-night games that is, have been won by the team chasing. That trend looks likely to continue, so the toss very important so far. Should be at least a couple. And with these two, I'm almost sure that they'll be pressing for 3. Yeah, very good running. Turn that into 3. And 76 for 1.
battle.
A little bit of water break, not a full one. It's a little bit humid out there. 64 to win, 138 balls. Imlak on 33, Nando on 29. Guyana not looking too bad here. As I mentioned earlier, that they haven't won a game yet, but they would have a lot of confidence against the Leeward Islands because they have a very good record against the Leeward Islands. Not normally you would hear me introduce, but I have alongside me the legendary DG Ganga, as Curly would say. How are you doing, DG?
I'm good, Kesrick. Nice energy from you. Good to be alongside you for this little stint. As we see Kofi James once more with the ball. First wicket fell in the third over. Beyond that, no further wickets for Rakeem Cornwall and his men. They've had a few chances, haven't been able to hold on and execute. Called a wide by the umpire. A bit of bounce. Ball down the leg side. Not called wide. Single. Plenty communication.
I can remember DG. It's a quick single. Oh, just a one passing down the leg side. But I can remember, DG, we had that conversation the last game that the Leewards played here against Trinidad. And Rakeem Cornwall at the toss was saying how inconsistent his team has been. He was saying that whenever the team probably bat well, some other facet in the game they sort of miss out on.
Come boys, give me a look.
The last game they really lapsed in their feeling. They bat pretty well, bowled pretty decent. But this game, not really seeing any other facet of the games coming together. But dot ball to finish. The score is 77 for 1.
Under pressure, Rakeem Cornwall searching for wickets. Very unlike the Guyana Harpy Eagles in power play 2 when they picked up 7 wickets. None yet for the Hurricanes in this phase of the innings.
Guyana Harpy Eagles looking pretty well at this stage. Imlak was a skipper. 34 of 51 deliveries. Just knocking it around nicely.
And just staying with him, he's showing consistency, batting at number 3, already with 2 half centuries in the tournament. Played a fabulous innings of 65 against the Volcanoes in a losing effort. What I like about him is, of course, his technique. He looks solid when he's on the defensive, and even when he's on the offensive. He plays the situation quite well, so he knows when he has to pick up the tempo to the innings and when he has to absorb pressure.
And it's all about understanding what the team requires. So he's that type of player that plays the situations. And at this point right now, 19.4 overs. You're well ahead. It's just a matter of just continuing what you're doing presently with young Nandu. Nandu obviously have 100 already in the tournament, which is good signs. If they move on to win this game, you would like to think that this should do a lot for their confidence.
Rakeem Cornwall has to find a way of creating a little more pressure on these 2 out in the middle. You can see, although he has the opportunity to have a maximum of 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle in power play 2, there are only 3 deep fielders. So an additional fielder in that inner ring, trying to create more pressure. Maybe he has to bring another one in. That deep cover or deep point should come in. As you see, the end of the over, 80 for 1. If you focus on the yellow worm, you'll see many dots between overs number 8 to 33. Just 1 dot on that green line. Another chance for a run out. Not taken.
That's what the skipper is talking about in Rakeem Cornwall. Lapse in concentration. Also heard the skipper of the Guyana Harpy Eagles said it this morning, winning the key moments in games, and that is a key moment there that could have changed things for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Louis.
I'm sure you'll agree with me that generally speaking, the standard of fielding and catching in the tournament has to improve. Teams maybe at par, many just below par in that department of the game. Still quite early in this tournament, so there is time for teams to improve in that regard.
I'd like to support you on that one, Ganga, but have to be as firm, just like the legend would be with this one. These guys are first-class players who have contracts. They should not come in this tournament hoping to improve on their feeling. These guys are guys who was on contract with Cricket West Indies and should come into this tournament doing what they're supposed to do on the field. At this point in time, it's not about development. Development is when you talk about CCC cricket and the West Indies Academy. With these franchise team, it's all about coming out and doing what you're supposed to do, whatever you did in your respective franchises before you came here. So in terms of development, in terms of it's still early in the tournament, have to be as firm as ever, like the legend would be, and say, This should be better. But that's a really good shot. That's a lovely shot. Full and deserve the treatment from Imlach.
Bad delivery too. Full toss offside. Was just asking to be struck. That is exactly what Imlach did. Found the gap, caressed it all along the ground, and he moves into the 40s now. Of course, conditions quite dewy, so the ball is wet, so you need to have a little bit of latitude for the bowlers and the fielders in their inability to grip the ball properly. Batting side with a little bit of an advantage, batting with a damp ball. 88 for 1. The equation quite simple for Guyana Harpy Eagles. 52 from 120 required. The required rate 2.6 only. Tevin Imlach striking at just over 70. Matthew Nandu just under 60. Checking the front foot on this occasion, no issue there. Back foot firmly planted, so Nandu not presenting the opportunity for the stumping. Brian Hercules, Gavin Ned should be pushing these two and the remaining batters to score this target within 37 overs to get a further batting point. That's the sort of attitude you want to inculcate in a team that is aspiring for honours, looking to winning this CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. And as you know, Kesrick Williams, when you find yourself in such a dominant position against an opposition team, you want to go for the kill, so to speak.
That should only do your confidence a world of good. So why not, DG?
Look at the surface, you look at the bowlers, no real terror out in the middle. So as a batter, after you spend such a long time out in the middle, you want to show your dominance in the way you score your runs, the way you rotate strike, the way you put pressure on opposition bowlers. They too will know about it when they were in the field, and that partnership with Louis and Cornwall was unfolding. Just away from the fielder.
1.5 overs. They need to get these runs before the 37th over. 48 runs. You would like to say at this point that they definitely should get an extra point. There should be no reasons why they shouldn't get it.
Remember, net run rate is still a determining factor if you end up on equal points and you need to qualify in the top 4. 93 for 1. Raheem Cornwall top scored with 36. Both himself and Jeremiah Louis put on a partnership of 59, the highest in the innings. Ian's got to 139. Guyana Harp Eagles in response, 93 for 1. Captain well set for a third half century this season. Tevin Imlach.
Something that we have been asking for ever since the last Super 50 tournament. Batters coming in the tournament, especially with international status, show the reason why you're at that level. Score runs, take wickets. And this is what Tevin Imlach is showing. Also, we cannot forget Justin Graves. And we're seeing someone coming up new. Mr. Wickham out of Barbados.
Shane Thomas with the ball now. After bowling that first spell, he's here for his second spell and he concedes 4. Off the first ball of the over, not ideal.
Straight down the leg side a little bit there. Kim Cornwall not looking too happy, but it was a really good shot. Nicely played, showing that he's in a bit of form.
Look how tough it is to bowl with a wet ball when there is dewy condition.
Tell you what, DG, being at CCC, I've learned so much, especially wrong. Sir Kirtley, also Floyd Reefer. What we usually do, especially around these times when we're going into tournaments, we practice with a wet ball. So when it comes to the time when we're playing in these conditions, it becomes natural, it becomes easier. But I'm not going to say it's easy at all to do it. You have to find ways to actually hit your areas and do what you're supposed to do with a wet ball. But it's difficult.
I want you to break that down a little bit more for me. When you say find ways, what are those ways? Is it gripping the ball, cross seam, drying the ball? Elaborate a little more for me.
It's about getting the ball as dry as possible, cross seam the ball. These are things that you have to use, or even split seaming it. These are things that guys use to get full control.
Tevin Imlach on 49, Harp Eagles on 99, so a chance to achieve 2 landmarks. He's on strike now. And he gets it. List day half century number 7 to the captain of the Guyana Harp Eagles team, Tevin Imlach. A polished knock. Solid again in defense. Quite classical in stroke play. And he's leading his side close to a victory.
Captain's knock, showing consistency. Really pleased for this young man. Would be even better if he can take it home. Shane Thomas with the wet ball. And he's holding it on the seam.
Quite a few runs being scored in that deep third, short fine area. Still no fielders in that region trying to plug that gap. Single. Something for Rakeem Cornwall to think about. Refer to captains being more enterprising. It's to take opportunities like this one. Just plug the gaps, the easy scoring areas for batters when they rotate strike, get themselves off strike, counter batters' plans. Requires brain power all the way through the innings. If you're a captain, a senior player, a bowler.
This is something that I think that they've done very well here, DG.
Yeah.
Running the ball down to short third. Presenting an easy single. This a dot to finish, 102 for 1.
On Friday, 8 November, we invite you to another exciting fixture. Of course, table toppers Barbados Pride will take on the combined campuses and colleges right here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Chance to see some up-and-coming stars and some more established ones in action. Picking up the spinners in the second half of the match, you can see that the degree of turn has diminished because of the dampness on the ball. So batting very easy.
Yeah.
Ball sliding on better to these two out in the middle.
This is how hard it's going to get for these bowlers, especially the spinners. It's normal for the ball to come onto the bat a lot easier in the night here at Brown Lara Cricket Academy. But when you're a spinner, don't have the right pace to bowl on this surface, just comes onto the bat like a medium pacer. So it's a lot easier for batters.
Evidence of the ball slipping. Durham not getting the right grip. So you can safely say there is an advantage with winning the toss in day-night matches. It's that time of the year, rainy season. There are always clouds around, more moisture in the atmosphere, Kesrick.
Which makes the toss a lot easier for skippers. 100 times, DG. When the toss goes up, whoever wins, they decide to bowl.
That was closer than I thought. Straight to the fielder. 2 from the over, 104 for 1. And time now for Blue Waters drinks break.
welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A truncated affair here. Guyana Happy Eagles on course for a victory, 104 for 1, and 37 and 52 for Nandu and Imlak, respectively. Another half century for the Happy Eagles captain, his third this season. That one through the legs of Raheem Cornwall, but he grew in confidence. Whenever given run scoring and boundary scoring opportunities, he pounced on them. Came to the crease and went past Nandu, who was there from the start. And another polished knock from the young man. The bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, just one bowler with a bit of success, Ocean Thomas. Nothing else for the other four. Durham, though, should have had one. A simple return catch, a sitter really, off the bat of Matthew Nandu. Not to be. Match summary 139. The Hurricanes were shut out for in 34.2. Versami Permol, the most accomplished bowler in the history of this tournament, with another 3-wicket haul. Ned and Smith a couple each, and Paul 1. 104 for 1 in pursuit. So what's it, 36 now from 102? Very much in control. Those of you who are following West Indies cricket, well, that one-day international series squared at 1 apiece, third match to be played tomorrow at the Kensington Oval, so all to play for in that one. Maiden ODI ton for the English captain Liam Livingstone in game 2. 17th ODI ton for the West Indies captain Shea Hope in that contest. Livingstone trumping Hope. And we shall resume the action with 36 needed. Oh! That is a gem of a delivery to start secretly.
Beautifully bowled by Raheem Cornwall, the skipper. Bounce and turn. Bit of a misfield. They will come back for the second. Very, very good partnership between Matthew Nandu and Tevin Imlak, the skipper. 93 from 134 deliveries. And that's what it's all about. You get a good partnership, you're always in a chance to win a game. I'm afraid the Leeward Islands Hurricanes all but given up from their body language. Wickets. Wickets will have to be taken if they want to be in with a shout, and they haven't done that. Apart from that one early strike, nothing else. All Guyana Happy Eagles.
Come, Jim.
Quick single directed. Not to be again. Their fielding hasn't been quite up to par. The running though has been good. I think Nandu would have been home even with the direct hit. Yeah, would have been home anyway. Good running. Reverse sweep being employed, and that will go for 4. And so Imlak showing his fuller repertoire Nelson for 1.
Step it off. Not.
Yeah, easy going for that green worm and getting to the target comfortably. Let's reflect on the points so far for the Happy Eagles. 1 for dismissing the opposition. 1 for 5 wickets or more in power play 2. And 1 for restricting the opposition for less than 6 in power play 3. Oh! Good ball from Kofi James. And there's another one up for grabs. If they can achieve this target score inside 37 overs, that would be yet another bonus point. So potentially 4 bonus points in this game for the Happy Eagles. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who came into this game with the most bonus points, achieved so far 14. Well, they haven't registered any. Another slip in position. That would be another boundary. So boundaries in consecutive overs for the Happy Eagles. Nandu moves on to 44.
Too short, too wide from Kofi James, and the placement was good. Just evaded the diving fielder at backward point. And the Guyana Happy Eagles are strolling along quite nicely to this total of 140 for victory. 25 runs needed. 94 balls left. More runs. Not where he was intending, but they all adds up. Peeled off the outside edge or the top edge of the Nando's bat. 4 more runs, back-to-back 4s. Takes him to 48, Matthew Nandu. And the body language of Captain Raheem Cornwall and his crew. Catchable height, but Cornwall is in no position to take that catch. Reacted very late.
Yeah, that one flew quickly in the direction of Raheem Cornwall. We saw one go through his legs a little bit earlier. So this is good though from Matthew Nandu. You mentioned his century already in the tournament, and that consistency so key. When you have a good score, you don't be complacent. In fact, if anything, that should open your appetite for more. That hunger, that desire, that intrinsic motivation. 2 is the call. Yeah, 4th Liste century for Matthew Nandu. Half century for Matthew Nandu. Wonderful batting from the young man. Applause from his teammates and the management group. And a hug from his captain. 121 for 1. Down the ground, some aggression from Tevin Imlach, looking to finish things off in a hurry now. And starts the over confidently.
A good strike from Imlach, the skipper. Taking on Raheem Cornwall, who has been bowling well, getting the ball to turn and bounce. Good use of the feet.
Offside this time, same result. Just the way that he uses the depth of the crease. Tevin Imlach, he continues to impress.
Trying not to get too close. Overcompensating. Good shot by Imlach. Good placement, good timing.
And 9 from 3. In this over, Tevin Imlach on the back of a very good first-class season. Yeah, the depth of the crease as a batter, you want to do that for the spin bowlers. If you can advance down the track and then use that depth, affect the length of the spinners. So important in playing spin bowling. Huge shot from Raheem Cornwall. Umpire Rajkumar deems that it is adjacent, plumb in front, and the partnership of 117 comes to an end. Finally, some success for Cornwall and the Hurricanes.
A case of too little too late, I'm afraid. Well flighted, Natu Manju missed it. It was straight enough. And Raheem Cornwall appealing. And the dreaded finger goes up. Matthew Nandu, good innings, comes to an end. He's gone for 50. Guyana Happy Eagles, 130 for 2.
Kemal Savory, the new batter for the Happy Eagles. One southpaw replaces the other. Good bowling from Raheem Cornwall, though from around the wicket. Slip in position. A plethora of fielders in the inner circle, cutting the single. Has a half century already this season as well, Kemal Savory. That angle from around the wicket, the ball just going on with the arm. And once you miss as a batter, it's always going to be a close call. Couple dots to end the 27th. 130 for 2. From 84. Forget the number of deliveries remaining. Is just those 10 runs for the Happy Eagles to register what would be their first win this season and to continue their dominance over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this format. Karima Gore for the first time tonight. We're just talking about Tevin Imlach and his first-class season, the recently completed first-class season, 485 runs at an average of 54. And in that 485, he had 2 centuries in what was a win for the Harp Eagles. 5 times he captained the team and 5 times they won in red ball cricket. So he's following up a very good first-class red ball season with a very good white ball list A season. 3 half centuries to date for the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. Edged and dropped. And they get 2. Might get another with an off-target throw. Yeah, this is what the orthodox bowler can do, because you're playing for turn. You play inside the line to hand, but not able to hold on.
Six runs to win for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This will be the first win of this edition, CG United 2024. 1 strike away.
Yeah, that should challenge the boundary. Got 3. So they half the target of 6. 3 more now needed. Happy looking dugout. You see some smiles there. Teja and Chandrapal, all smiles. On the other side of the equation, the Leeward Islands with a lot to think about. An emphatic win a couple of nights ago against the home team by 7 wickets, 151 unbeaten from Justin Graves. He didn't get off today in a manner that he's done so far this season, and they struggled. That's it. That's the game. Kemal Savory with the winning runs. And it's 8 matches in a row now that the Harpy Eagles have defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And it's their first win this season. You see the smile from Tevin Imlach and what it means to him and to this Harpy Eagles team. They were desperate for a win, and they provided that win tonight. Despair for the Hurricanes. They'll reflect on this one and no doubt look to rebound stronger. But for now, it's the Harpy Eagles who will celebrate and savor this victory.
They were clinical in the performance. Restricted the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to 139, bowling them out, and they were never in doubt, never in trouble as they chased down that 140 to win inside 28 overs. Convincing victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as we see the players shaking hands as is customary. More disappointment for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Didn't play all that well today. Look at the scorecard. Early wicket of Chandra Paul, and that was it until just a few overs ago. when they got the wicket of Nandu. But it was a case of too little, too late. All Guyana Happy Eagles.
Lacked penetration, this bowling lineup. Thomas with an early blow, Cornwall with one not too long ago. The only measure of success from them, just a couple overs for Spencer. Durham dropped a sitter, but in the end, not enough runs on the board for these guys to have an impact. And it was the Happy Eagles who won the toss earlier this afternoon, inserted the Hurricanes. There was an interruption, but 139 is all they were able to muster. Cornwall top score with 36, Louis unbeaten on 34. A failure, so to speak, for Graves. And the Happy Eagles in reply, 141 for 2 in 27.5 overs. A comprehensive 8-wicket victory. There's so much to ponder. Still, I suppose, relatively early days yet in this tournament. A lot to play for, with the bonus point system in full effect. So many things can change quite quickly. So victors today, the Scorpions, as well as the Happy Eagles. Now, this was the winning moment. Kemal Savory hitting that one through that mid-wicket region. And finally some success for the Happy Eagles. Congratulations to the Guyana Happy Eagles registering their first win this season. shut out the Hurricanes for 139, and they were able to chase it quite easily in the end in 27.5. And a win by 8 wickets represents a very comprehensive victory. Let's have a look now at the CG United moment of the match, and it was Matthew Nandu, that mammoth strike off the bowling of Ocean Thomas, the only 6 of the innings for the Guyana Happy Eagles. The young man getting a half century in the process. Let's have a look then at the points table at the conclusion of this game. The Pride still at top of the standings, 3 wins in as many matches on 31. The Hurricanes, well, they retained their 2nd position, but they've played 4 matches. Red Force in 3rd with 25. Happy Eagles with 25 themselves. 4 matches for them. The Scorpions moving up to 20 points. The Academy, Windward Islands, Volcanoes, and CCC, well, they'll need to make a move. Top 4 teams, remember, will advance to the semi-finals. No televised matches for the next couple days, but return here on Friday. On the 8th, the combined campuses and colleges will be up against the Barbados Pride. 12:45 p.m. local time for the build-up to that contest. So much cricket ahead in the next few days. The international match on tomorrow. West Indies up against England, the 3rd and final ODI there. And then a 5-match T20 series to follow. Let's head pitch side then to find out who's the player of the match, and he's alongside Joel Manning.
Welcome everyone to the end of match presentation for the CG United Super Cup 2024. We'd like to thank our official sponsors of the series who made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Daffabet, Blue Waters, Macron, and Visit Trinidad. And now it's time to present the man of the match for today's game. It is Versamy Pramal for his figures of 3 for 24. Tonight, his check is presented by Joel Ramprasad, the claims officer at CG United. You can let go the check now, Versamy. You get that money a little later. First of all, Versamy, talk to me a bit about the conditions out there at the start of play for your guys.
Yeah, first of all, I think the bowling unit really clicked today. I think we utilized the condition very well. We know that the weather play a part starting at the game, but I think we put the ball in the right area and challenge the batsman them early and pick up wicket. I think Ned started it, and then I come in, and then Smith and Keemo are back in.
Yeah, no, it's been quite some time that you're playing in this format. Do you still get excited taking wickets out there?
Well, I love taking wickets, and as a bowler, I love bowling, and as a bowler, you have to be willing to take wicket, and sometimes it don't go the way, but as a bowler, you're always looking forward to take wicket.
Yeah, out of those 3, do any of them stand out for you, out of those 3 you took today?
Well, I took a lot of wickets like that over the years, so it not really excite me like before, like when I now started, but it's good to see that, you know, keep performing and add value to the team.
Well, Versamy, congrats on today's performance and all the best going forward for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
It's time now to have a conversation with Rakeem Cornwall from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Rakeem, obviously a hard day out there. Let's start obviously with the bat. What do you think went wrong for your guys at the start with the bat today?
Oh, we think we didn't really put enough runs on the board. We didn't give ourselves a chance on the pitch. The pitch was a little bit sticky up front, and we didn't give ourselves enough chance.
Yeah, obviously conditions played into today. How much did that affect, I guess, the plans for your boys?
Not really. As I said, we didn't give ourselves enough chance, so we just play right into Guyana's hands, and they capitalize on the chance that they get, and they put us down.
Obviously, that was one half of the game. Are there any positive that you're able to take out of today's game, and if so, what are they?
Yeah, the way how we fight in the field. Think is a small total, but the way how the guys go out there and try to defend it, we think we end up with about 17 or 18 overs left. But at the end of the day, you have to go back to the drawing board and come strong again on Friday.
Well, this is a loss that obviously you guys wanted to rebound from, so all the best going forward, Rakim.
Thank you.
It's time now to invite the winning captain today from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Tevin Imlach. Tevin, the first W in the column, does it feel like a relief pretty much now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we lost a few tough ones and we had one rain out, so it's good to get over the line today and you know, get our first win out of it.
Yeah, overall, how would you assess today's game for your side?
Obviously, it was excellent from the bowlers. You know, they obviously are our strength. You know, we're heavily dependent on our spinners, and to see both of them come out today and set the tone. Obviously, you know, their opening batsmen, their top three, you know, have been scoring the bulk of the runs for them. So, you know, it was good to see them, you know, see the back of them actually and set up the game.
Yeah, you had a bit of a partnership between yourself and Nandu out there. Talk to me, I guess, about batting conditions when you guys were there.
Yeah, it was a bit tough in the early going. The ball was spinning a lot. You know, there's moisture still in the pitch, so you had to fight a bit and get in. But once you get in, it got easier, and you know, we built a nice partnership and managed to get the team very close.
Finally, Tevin, at the toss, you talked about things to improve on, and fielding was one of them. How happy are you with the fielding effort that your boys had tonight?
Yeah, it was excellent today. I mean, we had one drop chance, but the ground field itself was better. You know, it's a step in the right direction for us, and hopefully we can build on this going forward.
Well, Tevin, thanks a lot, and all the best going forward.
Cheers. Thanks.
Always a pleasure listening to the captains and their reflections on the game. Confirmation then of the points table. CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. The Pride, very proud at the top on 31 points. Hurricanes maintain their second spot on 27, but a lot to play for all of these teams. Remember, the top 4 teams advance to the semi-final. And coming up in a couple days' time, the combined campuses and colleges up against the Pride, live here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 12:45 p.m. local time. I want to thank all of you for the pleasure of your company, and we do look forward to more of the same on Friday. Welcome to the highlights. CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. The Hurricanes up against the Harpy Eagles. It was a wicket early up for Ashmi Ned. Michael Louis, the batter, dismissed. Justin Graves sort of started off in positive fashion. Hughes departed bold. And then the big fish Pumol getting Justin Graves, Kerry McGaw soon thereafter. It was all spin at that stage. And then Jamal Hamilton added to the tally. Isaiah Thorne with his first delivery today, picking up a wicket. And then the Hurricanes captain Rakeem Cornwall showed his power-hitting prowess, timing the ball to perfection until he holed out in the deep. Niall Smith with a wicket of his own, and it was a procession throughout the innings. Direct hit from Savory. Spencer had to go. The Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers dominating this one. Savory with a catch. Thomas, the last man to go, and dismissed for 139. A wicket early up for Thomas, but then this partnership between Imlach and Nandu, crisply played by Nandu, and they just controlled proceedings 100-run plus partnership. The timing supreme from Imlach. Both of these batters registering half centuries. An opportunity though for Durham that really should have been taken. Just the ease and the class oozing from the Happy Eagles captain. Third half century this season for him. Nandu got to another one himself, following up on a century earlier this season. He was dismissed though by Raheem Cornwall on the cusp of victory. But that was the moment for the Happy Eagles. Their first win this season, winning this one by 8 wickets and continuing their domination over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in Super 50 cricket.
Hold on.
That's the ball of the second Hurricane wicket.
Yes, man, legend! Hold on, bud. Hold. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, man, legend! Hold on, bud. Hold. Hold on. Inside. Nothing, Smitty! Oh!
Get it!